Aelith, you wanted to head back to the Whispering Cairn?
Yes, I did. I
Yeah.
wanted to see, like I told you, I wanted, blah, I can't talk. I want to go back and look for the lanterns.
Yeah. So as you go back into the Whispering Cairn, I assume you're going by yourself or somebody going with you?
Merrick, are you going to go with me?
I'll go with you just to make sure you don't get hurt.
Of course.
All right. So as you guys enter into the Whispering Cairn, you notice that there's no new footprints that are on the floor there. And kind of looking, you do see that things have kind of covered in dust and whatnot again. I think it's been pretty close to a week since you've been there. Or maybe a little over a week. As you walk into the room, you see that all the lanterns are still hanging in their appropriate positions. You do notice, however, that the sarcophagus is now turned back into the original position, pointing to the west, that it was when you first originally moved into the area there.
Are the lanterns lit?
So the lanterns are not lit.
But they're still hanging.
They're still hanging there, yep. So all of them are still in their position. They're not lit. You do notice the one is the sarcophagus is pointing immediately to the west. You do still see the hole, except for the green lantern. The green lantern's lit. But you do see the hole that's there underneath the green lantern. And you do see that the elevator in the north west corner is now down, but it was down before when you had walked out.
Okay, Merrick, I would just like to pull these down, like, and wrap them up, take them back with us, so that nobody else stumbles in here and goes back down into that other area of the tomb.
Sure. That sounds good to me.
Okay. So you guys kind of collect all the lanterns. I assume the green one included and the rest of the colors that are there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you collect them all, kind of wrap them up into your bag. The green one is lit by a continual flame, so that one is still lit. But you're able to kind of put them into your sack, wrapping up carefully, and nothing seems to occur.
We'll have our own rainbow room.
Exactly.
Right. Anything else that you'd like to do in the Whispering Cairn while you're in there?
Trying to think of what else that...
I'm just going to do my best, whatever she decides to keep her out of trouble.
Now, I think that other than opening up this the sarcophagus, which I don't really want to do, but it like reset itself back to the west.
It did.
But there were no footprints.
No footprints. Nope. And the lanterns were out except for the continual flame one.
I don't know what that means, Merrick.
Me neither. That sounds kind of beyond my comprehension. Anyways, there's no tracks and it just moved itself. That doesn't seem right because we had to move it ourselves, right?
Yeah, let's see if we can like push it again just to see what happens. Like twist it to the north, like, well, clockwise, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Push it once.
Yeah. So you all kind of push up against it, and as you push it towards the north one click, you see that the elevator again raises up to the area that you had gone down to below, and then after about a minute or so, the elevator goes down.
Well, it seems to still be working. I just hope we didn't trap anybody somewhere.
Well, they shouldn't pass without a trace, then.
Yeah, well, I guess it's okay. It doesn't seem to be not working, so...
Yeah, alright, well, we'll just go ahead and take, what we've got. It bothers me that it reset, but I don't think that the two of us should, get caught up in this. This seems like a bad idea.
It seems terribly bad, yes. Let's go.
All right. So you all continue, or the two of you continue to travel out of the Whispering Cairn again.
Did we ride our horses there, by the way, or did
Yes.
we ride horses?
I bought us horses.
Two very
You
nice
got
ones.
one big enough for me. I need like a charger size,
Well, you got a donkey.
And I paid 60 gold for it?
It was a deal. Blame Ren. Can we like cover up
Come
the
along,
entrance?
donkey.
Yeah, sure. You'd like to try to kind of cover it and hide it?
Yeah, I'd like to cover it up.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you go ahead and give me a survival check? Let's see how well you can kind of hide all that stuff.
Hold on, I think I can give you advantage on that.
Nice.
Sweet.
Oh, no, I'm not proficient.
All right, so you kind of cover it up, and Merrick, as you kind of sit back and look, it looks pretty impressive, to be honest with you, with the amount of foliage that she has there, and kind of mixing it together and making it look pretty well hidden. And as you step back, you can kind of see kind of the rocks and the pillars that are there, but there's definitely brush and whatnot that's kind of hanging down, looks like hanging vines, and the entrance appears to be fairly well hidden.
I can't see it anymore. Haylet, that's a good job.
Hey, I can do something right. Negotiating for horses may not be the thing that I'm good at.
I just know that after a while I'm gonna bow this horse's poor back. All,
Well, you should have
riding
spoke up.
riding around with chainmail on.
So
Maybe I
nothing
can
happened to the.
Maybe I can work a trade in with the dealer.
Yeah, good luck with that. You might get further along with them than I did.
So you guys kind of cover that up. As you start to come back into town, you do go by your old house, which you do see has had quite a bit of construction work on it actually over the last week. You notice now that there's a full roof on there. There's definitely some windows and there's a nice door there. Looking inside as you peer in, you do see that the inside is pretty much empty, but at least there's now a full covered roof as well as the walls and the windows and doors are repaired at this point. You see a lot of lumber that's kind of stacked up on the side and whatnot, but for some odd reason nobody seems to be working just this day. So
I think Ren recalled everybody back to the mines.
yeah.
Yeah, so we'll head back to town then.
All right, sounds good. So you guys kind of head back into town, kind of coming in through the main road there, and then Ren, you're doing some housing stuff. Is that right?
Trying to get the mine to where it self-sustains. And
Yeah. So as you kind of look through the kind of the books and whatnot up in Ragnaland's old office, you do see that he appears to have been sort of either skimming off the top or taking some money maybe to supply to the Ebon Triad. But you notice that the cost of this mine, it looks like per week is fairly expensive, to be honest with you. It looks like the business expenses anywhere between let me look on my list here what I have. So anywhere between 1 to 150 gold per week is about what the expenses are. So it works out to right around 600 gold per month. And that's to supply both the garrison, because it looks like he had 10 guards that would guard the mine, as well as having 2 foremen, one for the morning, one for the night, and then he had about 100 workers or so. This also included supplies and whatnot. You do see that he had some agreements with several people in town, trying to kind of sell off the goods and to transport them back to Greyhawk. That's there. He does have names of people in the book as well, and you do see that there is several entries where it appears that both the mayor and the sheriff were given a small stipend every month. By looking through the paperwork and whatnot here. Pretty complex. You also notice that there are several liens or debts that he owed, or the mine owed, back at the city of Greyhawk that haven't been paid over for the last 6 months or so, with recurring letters coming back requesting money.
yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
We'll just forward those to Ragnaland's forwarding address, right?
Yeah.
But
All right.
that being said, I mean, it looks like it could be profitable, no doubt about it, if you had the right people in place and if you made the right deals and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm a noble, but I don't know if I know that many right people. All right. I guess I'll walk away from that. Just kind of leave it, and I'll concentrate on the house.
Okay, all right, gotcha. So you're gonna leave the mine as is?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, gotcha. So you kind of look back to the house and or back to the mine, and then kind of heading out. As you're starting to head out to the house, you see both Haleth and Merrick are now coming up the road.
Hey, where are you headed?
I'm gonna head back to the house. That mine looks like it's a money pit. I don't think we're gonna be able to salvage that.
Well, what
Maybe
are we
we
going to
can
do with
let
it
off
then?
some explosives in there and just try, just, close it down completely.
Maybe we could just give it to the miners, the 100 miners, and see what they want to do with it.
Let them co-op.
Yeah.
And we'll just sell them protection?
Well, you know that down in that mine, we kind of left those like temples or whatever open down there. Are we okay with that? Like the temple to Vecna and the others?
We could collapse that part of the mine.
Well, let's go blow some stuff up. I mean, if we're not going to make money off of it.
Yeah, I'm down. I guess we'll search that mining camp for any kind of explosives.
All right, sounds good.
It's the responsible thing to do. I mean, you don't want any more cultists running down there.
Yeah, I'd hate to see a kid fall in there. We'd have to do like a whole operation to get him out.
Yeah, that would be bad, wouldn't it?
Where's Timmy, Lassie?
Yeah. So you guys kind of search through, and you do see that they have what appears to be what we would think of like a dynamite and things like that that are kind of stacked there, powders of black powder and things that are there. So if you did decide to kind of collapse that, you definitely could do so.
All right, we'll work on setting that up and pop the top on it.
All right, that sounds good. Um, so you guys kind of move the things down there. I assume it's just you three that are doing it.
I don't know, would Talon be helping us or is he off like picking daisies?
I'm picking flowers.
And he took Snowflake with him.
Yeah,
And I'm
right.
sure Spaz is following.
I'm sure, right behind him, especially if it's daylight. So you guys kind of head down there and kind of look to see kind of how to put these barrels and whatnot into place. Um, let's see. Ilith, what I'll have you do is why don't you go ahead and give me a kind of a thieves tools just to figure out how to trap this so that way you don't get hurt.
We'll let Haleth set that part up.
Yeah, what could go wrong? I'm so good at this.
I'm gonna stand back around the corner while she sets that up, just in case.
Yeah, this has never blown up in my face before
Yeah,
using
right.
my thieves tools.
Um, so you guys kind of do that, and Haleth, you feel pretty comfortable that you've kind of got this set up correctly, kind of getting things placed into position and whatnot. And then I think that what I would do is for Ren and Merrick, if you guys want, you could go ahead and roll investigation checks to see if you feel like it's set up the correct way. So yeah. So it looks like Ren and Merrick, you guys feel that it's set up fairly well. It looks like she's got the barrel set in a good position. You definitely feel like it's going to probably collapse most of the tunnel. Now, my question is how many barrels do you guys want to put in there?
More is better, right?
Yeah, all of
Always.
them.
All of them. Okay, all right. I like it. So let's see. All right, so you stick in, they have 37 barrels there, so you fill all 37 barrels into the tunnel, I assume.
We'd go
I'm
30,
looking to the I'm looking to the military guys.
we'd go with 38, but we don't have 38, so 37 will work.
So are we going to place them strategically throughout the complex down there?
Are we sure everything, like, how do we get up and down?
So that would be through the chain. There's no elevator there if you guys are going down into the complex itself.
So the way we've got it set up right now, it looks like it'll implode itself without having to go down there and mess around.
So yeah, I think that where you're at right now, you could definitely implode the passageway that's there. Probably would bring down the ceiling too. That would fill that hole, but it likely wouldn't fill the entire other part.
No,
Yeah.
but it would definitely shut off access to the mine from down below.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, 37 barrels would definitely collapse that, and then probably then some. To be honest with you.
Okay, so we got to set a fuse on here, guys, because we don't want to be in here when it blows, right? Like, I don't want to be that close to make sure it works.
Maybe we could have Spaz hit it with a firebolt.
What's the distance on his firebolt, I wonder?
120.
120 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You could.
How do I make an effect that never runs out?
Just set the time to 0.
Okay.
Is there fuse material, Greg? Is there something we can use?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So there's definitely there's rope. If you wanted to find a way to use that rope, you could, or if you could think of creating a fuse type thing.
We have oil, right? Or what is it we're blowing? What are we blowing up in these barrels?
It's like black powder.
Oh, so we could just leave a trail of black powder
You could try that too.
and just light it from outside the tunnel and make sure everybody's out.
That'll leave you 36 barrels. You think 36 is enough to blow up the tunnel?
It's less than ideal, but we'll have to go with it.
I think, yeah, we got to work with what we've got.
Yeah, right. Nothing could go wrong here. Sounds perfect. All right, so you guys kind of line up that black powder all the way out to the end of the tunnel. And then you guys kind of, I take it, light it.
Yeah. I got my flint out and I'm scraping it on my little rock here. I'm trying to get a spark under the black powder.
That's great. So you kind of click at it for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden you see a flame kind of catches on, and you see it slowly starting burning into the mine.
I think we should take cover.
I'm going to run as fast as I can in the other direction.
I don't blame you. And so as you guys are running away from the area there, you guys, I assume, head due east because there's kind of a that'd probably be the way to head out of there. And as you do see that there's definitely some sheep and cattle that are sort of grazing at the top of the mine, up on the top. And you guys kind of continue to run for a little bit.
I'm going to do the slow walk away.
Oh, are you? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that looks good.
Like, nothing to see here. I didn't do this.
The movie Slow Walk Away, Don't
Yeah.
Flinch.
Yeah, I like
I'm
it.
kind of couple of steps and then a kind of a hop, a couple of steps and a hop, go a little faster.
I like it. And so you guys kind of, Alis is in a full run. Merrick is just sort of running, hopping, and Ren is walking, very cool and calm and collected.
There's my intimidation, see if I can get it done.
Oh, yeah, not too bad, not too bad. And suddenly you guys hear a loud whoop, and you kind of feel the earth continue to kind of rumble, and the whole area kind of shakes. And as that happens, you do see one of the small houses down to the south all of a sudden collapses. And then all of a sudden, looking at the top of the hill, you see the sheep all standing there just kind of looking around, and then they disappear.
Looks like there'll be a feast in town tonight, boys. Let's go collect what we can.
So as you go to the top of the hill, you see there's this large cavernous indentation, probably about 100 feet or so down. You do see some bodies of sheep and whatnot there, and a lot of rocks and rumble. And you do see that a lot of people are sort of running around in the city themselves, running around looking, but nobody really seems to know where that all came from.
Well, looks like our work here is done.
I start to walk slowly again, like nothing happened.
Nice, I like it. That's awesome. So, so you guys do that, and then you guys are able to, kind of go back and see. And you see that not only has the entrance to the what you assume is way down deep has collapsed, but you see most of the mine actually has collapsed from the vibrations of from the explosion that's there.
It wasn't a very productive mine, anyways.
No. Well, I feel safer.
We'll just send the lease for the mine right back to the debtors, and they can have it.
Buddy in your channel timed out.
Sounds good. Oh, looks like Riker disconnected. So Mike disconnected. So you guys see that the job is done, and just a large shallow opening in that open hill there.
It's like an amphitheater now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys are gonna put on shows and stuff. It'll be perfect for Spaz.
Oh.
Well, let Spaz know about it.
Sounds good. Talon, is the tables not parsing out for you?
No, it's outputting to
Weird.
only to chat.
Does it say output parcel on the? Can you see that on your? I can't remember what it shows on the player table.
It says, for instance, I rolled a 12 plus 7 is 19. General ingredients equal 1. Poisoner kit, foraging ingredients table, special ingredients, and then it says Talon table, poisoner's kit, foraging ingredient table, D11 equals 9.
Okay.
Plus 1, and the result was a single milkwood seed.
Gotcha. On the table, when you click on it, does it say output for you at all, or no? You know where it has like visual custom die output.
It says cards, actually.
Oh, really? So it doesn't have any of that other stuff listed?
Nope.
Oh, that sucks.
Is that a module?
The cards is a module. That's something where if I click that, it'll automatically mark things off so it doesn't roll the same thing twice on the table.
Does he have to open that?
I don't think so, because it should be, because I have it set to output for parcel when you roll on the table. But that being
so that should just pop something up then,
it
right?
should pop a table up. That's what or it should pop up a parcel, I thought. So that's what I was trying to look. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Forging ingredient kit table. Yep. Do you mind trying one more time for me? Try that table one more time and see what happens. I'm going to share the general special with you too, so that way if you roll that table, it'll at least pop up.
Alright, so let's see.
Buddy entered your channel.
All right, and I need the group to roll death saving throws. Hey, Riker, you're back?
Well, that's my second failure.
Oh, boy.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Just messing with Mike.
Yeah, I just messing with Mike.
Yeah, it just output it to the...
It did. That really sucks. All right. Well, that's frustrating. You can see what's there, though, I suppose.
Yeah, and then I've created items in my
All right.
inventory for it.
Okay. I mean, I guess that'll work for now. I mean, the other option that we have is, I mean, I hate to take the rolls away from you, but I could always roll it for you, and then it would print out as a parcel, but it doesn't matter to me either way. I'll, yeah, either way, however you want to do it. This is fine with me, just as long as you're okay with it. Um, it's just going to put a lot of spam in the chat, but that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. You back there, Mike? Nope. He must be working on his stuff. So you guys...
I'm back.
oh, there you are. No worries.
I don't know what happened there.
That's okay. No problem. So you guys have made the amphitheater for Spaz and collapsed the mine that's there.
Did you go through a lot of effort to put together the downtime investments reference?
No, I just copy pasted it.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It was no. It's again. That's another thing. I think that came out of like a comprehensive thing or something like that. No, it's easy. I mean, I have a. I use a. I have a program that I have that breaks down PDFs, even if they're like a picture, breaks them down to words automatically to letters, and I just copy paste it. It's super easy. It took me like 10 minutes at the most.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Plus, I put that in a module that I have for core references, so I can use it forever. Same with the Poisoner kit. So if that doesn't ever get used, or if we decide not to do it, I have it there, so I can always use it in the future. We'll lose Talon for the rest of the night as he's trying to figure out the Poisoner kit to figure out what he's going to do. We'll see him tomorrow.
I want to roll. I want to roll investigation for my internet.
Yeah, that was weird. You're never gonna
You
figure it
have
out.
no idea what's wrong. Internet? What internet?
Yeah, right. What crazy thing is this? So I mean, that was probably a day or so of you guys kind of messing around there, or maybe 2 at the most. I think that you had also looked at maybe doing some carousing. I think you were trying to find buy a few drinks and kind of hang out at the tavern and whatnot.
Well, heck yeah. We just blew up a mine. We need to go celebrate.
Right. So for carousing, it's for the week it would be about 10 gold for you to be able to do that. And then what that does is after a week of doing that, you can potentially get set up with some contacts that can occur.
10 gold, you said?
Yep, 10 gold.
Sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, right. And then...
We've killed all the other carousers, so we got to go find some new ones.
yeah, right. Exactly.
All right, I took 10 off of mine.
Okay, great. Excellent. I'll get you the table here in just a second.
Me too.
Alrighty, sounds good. All right. So for the week, if you're going to be kind of carousing, you can go ahead and sort of... oops, that's complications. I don't want complications. Sorry, that's not the one I wanted. I don't know why they don't have it at the table here. That's weird. Let me find the table.
Hello.
Hey, Brian. Welcome back.
Hey, Brian.
Yep. Russell will be here in just a second.
Oh, no worries.
You have fuzzy memories of doing something very illegal, but you can't remember what.
Right? Isn't that awesome?
But it was a heck of a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Hey guys,
Hey, what's up, man?
Russell.
how we doing?
Doing good. Got some people doing some carousing here. So what I need you guys to do is make a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm pretty good at persuasion.
You're gonna carouse too?
Yeah, why not?
All right, it's 10 gold. That's 10 gold.
I'm going to carouse and play my little lute and do some performing.
Nice. They built you a new amphitheater, by the way.
Heck yeah, we did.
We thought you'd be picking flowers with Talon.
Yeah, right. Damn, Spaz. Holy smokes. And then I need each of you to roll a percentile dice. Haleth, Merrick, and Spaz. All right. All right. All right. Sounds good. So, Merrick, as you're kind of at the bar, kind of carousing throughout the town and whatnot, you did find that there is several different bars. There's the Midnight Salute, which is mainly where the garrison goes. Kind of some old colleagues and whatnot probably would maybe be there from previous battles. You do have the Feral Dog, which you guys are very, very familiar with. I've been dealing with them quite a bit. And those are really kind of the two main bars. And then there's obviously the Coaching Inn, which is way out, that sometimes has some general sort of passerbys and whatnot that are there. Is there any specific one that you would like to do?
I'll go to the one where the garrison hangs out and swap old war stories with my buddies.
Yeah, sounds good. So over the week, you've kind of been there every day, sort of passing stories and whatnot back and forth, and kind of chatting. You do obviously meet up with. I gotta find the name again. Who you know there? Do.
Oh, I can't remember either.
Yeah. Oh boy, it'll come to me. I just got.
Should have written it down.
I think it was. I'm looking. I think it was Skunt, Travost. It was Travost, I think, wasn't it?
That sounds right.
Yeah, I think it was Travost. Yeah, so you do see Travost there on occasion, and one night you guys are kind of throwing back some drinks pretty heavily and whatnot, and you guys are kind of chatting and whatnot, and Travost kind of looks to you and he says, "I don't think you really were there, were you? At that battle, remember? I heard
Which
you
one?
ran. The Battle of the Blood. You ran from that battle, I heard."
Not till it was over.
That's not true. That's not what I heard.
Well, who told you that?
My friends, that's who told me that.
Well, what friends?
All my friends. Listen, don't second guess me. I know what I saw.
I don't know what you're saying here, my pal.
He kind of looks at you and he says,
This is kind of confusing to me because we were there at the end together.
Don't call me a pal. I saw you run, yellow belly." And he throws down his drink. He says, "Don't come near me again." And he starts to kind of walk out as time goes by. And you kind of see
Okay, I
him
let
kind
him go.
glare at you and whatnot. So with you carousing, you rolled a 5, which means that you've made a hostile contact. So Travost doesn't appear to be your friend anymore.
Well, his loss.
His loss, that's right. So you see that generally, though, at the bar, things seem to be progressing pretty well at the most point. And people kind of talking back and forth and sort of kind of enjoying some of the war stories and whatnot. And you kind of hear some of them say, kind of blowing off Travost, even though he is one of the leaders there. They kind of kind of kick back here and whatnot. So,
I'm just going to put it up to him hard drinking.
There you go. It sounds good. Maybe chow with him a little bit later. That's what you hear one of them say. Just talk to him later. He's probably just drunk.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah, sounds good. So, Haleth, you also have the 3 selections of the 3 places where you can go.
Well, I'm going to hang out with the Feral Dog.
Nice. So, Haleth, you hang out with the Feral Dog. You do spend pretty much every night there. You've kind of figured out sort of the pattern of people that come and go here. You look for both the elf who was there throwing daggers before, who you don't don't see that shows up there, as well as the gentleman in the armor who had the nice big belt buckle sort of thing that was on around his belt, and they haven't shown up in a while. You've also kind of met with the bar owner, and he's kind of used to you being there, whatnot. However, that being said, after about a week, you've noticed that you have not seen Todrick anywhere around. He hasn't come into the bar at all, even though you've kind of kept a good eye out for him. Even asking, a lot of people really have no clue where he is at this point. And so after a week of you doing your normal kind of carousing, drinking, and whatnot, you didn't make any new contacts, nor did you make any enemies at this point. So Spaz, for the week, you did some carousing. Where would you like to carouse?
Well, I guess the local taverns.
All right, gotcha.
What's Talon doing?
So Talon is. Oh, you didn't hear. So Talon went through Ragdolin's sort of supplies and his books and whatnot. And he found out that he was quite the alchemist and herbalist, and there was a lot of things, papers and books and whatnot. And so he's been out sort of exploring, trying to collect up different stuff out of the community or out of the area here to sort of work on his kits and whatnot. So he's been actually out in the woods picking flowers and in the fields.
Oh yeah, well I'm not a flower picking guy, so I just follow Talon to the edge of town, then I go back to the tavern.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
And I was like, I'll see you later, Talon. Let me know when you get back to town.
I will.
Yep, and I'll hang out in the local taverns or whatever, just singing my song, playing my lute, chilling like a villain.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So,
Singing my greatest hit. I'm a little teapot.
yeah, so you seem to have quite a bit of a following. It seems that the word has come out that there's this great song that they've heard of and whatnot. And you did meet, not necessarily here, but as you kind of been moving around, somebody told you, they're like, hey, why don't you come over to the Lazaire's house? And it was a guy who has a kind of real flamboyant looking. He's got a big sort of hat. It's multicolored, kind of has sort of what looks like a monocle for a glass. And he's like, hey, come on, why don't you come with me? This is a really nice place. There's a lot of important people over here, and it's kind of a quiet place, but I think they'll like you. And so you kind of hear him sort of saying that over and over. And he has glasses. Actually, this is kind of what he looks like.
Just my kind of dude.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so he kind of calls you over, and you walk into this sort of gaming parlor that definitely appears to be more on the up and up. It's kind of a really nice building. It's made of stone and timber, and it's called Lazaire's house. It's on the east side of the circle down there. And you see, when you walk in, you see there's several people sort of sitting in very nice comfy chairs. They seem to be nobody that's necessarily the common folk. This appears to be more of the bigger sort of more important people, and they seem to be playing games of dragon chess here. And you do see one of the guys that you had seen before, who is part of that group of the elf as well as the guy with the belt buckle, and he appears to be more of the kind of like a magic user sort of type. And he had if you remember, he had asked about the symbol on the armor and the ring, and so he kind of points to you and kind of waves you over, and he says, "I hear you're the singer."
Well, I'm a singer. What the hell does that song go? I forget it.
A lover, right? What's the other one?
I'm a sinner.
Yeah, a sinner. That's it.
That's it. I'm all those. And I am a great magic user, too.
And he goes, very nice. And he kind of puts out his hand. He says, Kellic.
Well, hello, my name is Spaz.
Nice to meet you, Spaz. Why don't you have a seat? You see there's a large dragon chess set that's set up. It hasn't been set at all. It hasn't been played at all. And he kind of indicates for you to sit down and says, please, have you ever played?
No, I haven't.
That's fairly easy. And he goes through about a 35-minute diatribe about the rules of the game itself. Oh, no, this sounds bad.
Well, I was my... Just to add a little humor, I don't know what I'm going to get, but I always cast Mage Armor when I get up. So.
Oh yes, that's right. So
I might be blue with feathers all poking out of me right now.
No, but you found out that when you cast it this morning at the house, all the doors opened up, and the doors have remained open in the house since you awoke this morning.
That's good. That I didn't have to get my hands dirty.
Yeah, exactly. So you do see that he kind of points down to this game of chess, and as he does, you see there's several other people sitting around, and including Alustin. He's over on the far side of the room, and he sort of tips his head to you as you sit down to walk in. And Professor Montague kind of chats with you as well as Kellic about this game and whatnot. And you notice that there's not really any money that's transpiring here, but it seems to be more of a social thing that's kind of occurred.
Hey, I really like your hat.
And he looks to you and he says, I really like your glasses.
Well, yeah.
And your headband.
Well, my headband's cool, but
It's very nice. Very, very nice.
thank you. You. You have a nice hat, though.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so as they're kind of talking back and forth, the professor kind of looks to you and he says, I own the Emporium, and I heard you have an orange fuzzy guy that maybe could do some tricks or something, maybe make some money on the side. I heard he ripped off somebody's arms and ate them.
Oh, yes, I know you. That's Snowflake. He's a Wookiee.
What?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Well, anyways, I'm pretty good at finding curiosities and sort of sideshows, freak things and whatnot. And maybe you should swing over to the Emporium and work over there. He can make some pretty good money. Usually we pay about 5 silver a week.
Oh no. That's much better than that. He wouldn't work nothing less than like 5 gold a week.
Oh, it's a little expensive for my blood, but maybe in the future. And as you sit there, you do hear some discussion from Kellic, and Kellic is kind of talking about this group that he's with. There's 3 of them in the group, and he kind of talks about the Elven Rogue as well as his Auric the Fighter. And as they're having discussion, he's really kind of talking to you about how they came out to the town looking for various treasures and looking to kind of had heard about these cairns that have lots of treasures and whatnot, and they've not really had much luck, but they continue to look for sort of lost artifacts and whatnot, and obviously looks for any information that you may have about that, asking you.
Well, I don't really know anything too much.
Fair. And so they kind of continues to have that sort of discussion with you, and each day you notice that Professor Montague seems to find you wherever you're at. So if you're at the inn, the coaching inn, he suddenly shows up and kind of pats you on the back and kind of chats with you as well. And you see that he's almost like a personal fan, if you want to say that, kind of following you all the time, kind of talking about things and whatnot.
Man, I talked to him. I said, I'm a busy man. I'm a part owner in a mine.
Nice. You are, huh? He's like, I heard that mine isn't working anymore.
Oh, we're getting it back working.
I heard there was a big accident out there. You didn't hear?
Of course, I own the mine.
So this obviously is probably the first day, and suddenly you remember recalling like the sudden vibration in the earth as you left the house, okay, cool, and so you do remember that, and and he's like, I don't think so. He said, I heard that there was a terrible accident and the mine collapsed.
The mine collapsed?
I think so. You better check with you have friends, don't you? Are you in this business by yourself?
Well, I am the CEO of the Magnificent Seven.
You're the CEO of the Magnificent Seven?
Yes, I'm the CEO. I'm in charge of the mine.
Wow. What's your name again? And he kind of breaks out a piece of paper.
Spaz Thammore.
He writes it out. Spaz Thammore. And since you're the CEO, where do I go to get my money?
Oh, hey, you have to get through insurance.
I have to go through the insurance?
Yes, insurance.
Oh, who do I contact about that?
Talon.
Talon. Okay, alrighty. Because as you know, if you're the CEO, that I do have a considerable amount of money in that mine over there.
Well, we didn't find it.
Oh, okay. And so he kind of goes back, and then when you go home the next day, you do see that there's a large indentation, a sort of a crater at the top of the mine, and you see that Haleth and Merrick and Ren are all sitting down, kind of outside the entrance of the mine on a log, and they're kind of throwing back some drinks and kind of talking back and forth.
Yeah, I go up there. So what happened to the mine?
Nothing.
If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, nice.
What do you see when you look at the mine?
It looks like it fell in.
I guess that's what happened.
It probably collapsed because of all of the evil going on underneath.
Oh, it's one of those kind of collapses.
Yes. That's the story that we're sticking to.
It wasn't structurally sound.
Well, there's a guy that's an investor of the mine, and he wants some money, and I told him that Talon Graf ... was in charge of that.
Give him the lease. Just say it's all his.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell him.
We found out that it wasn't going to be profitable.
Well, we
So
could have
we-
sold it to somebody.
We made an executive decision.
It's too bad. Ren. Oh, Ren is back. Okay, gotcha.
I absolutely could have sold it. You know what? We still own it, though. Where's the paper at? I bet you I could sell it.
Ren had all the paperwork.
All right, here you go. I got it right here. I'll give it to Spaz.
So he hands you a stack of papers, probably about 4 to 6 inches high.
Well, which one of these is the deed to the mine?
It's right on top.
Oh, okay. So what's the rest of the paper?
They're all debts.
Okay, I pull the deed out, throw the debts to the wind.
So papers fly everywhere.
Yes, and I go, you know what? I think we could sell this mine a few times. And I take a good look at the paper, and I pull over to a corner, and I pull out my little forgery kit and start making up another mine deed.
Alrighty, sounds good. Why don't you go ahead and give me a forgery kit roll there. So he finishes, and he kind of you want to have somebody inspect him, or you feel comfortable with what you got? I mean, you're Spaz. I mean, you never fail at anything, right?
Well, no, I'm the CEO.
Right, exactly. So you're comfortable.
Oh, I'm comfortable.
Alrighty, gotcha. So, and who did you forge it to say it owns it? You do? That you're the CEO?
Well, yeah, I forged it to say I owned it.
Alright, sounds good. So, it looks perfect to you.
That's perfectly, yes, we'll go sell these. We'll go to a different town. We'll go to Greyhawk.
Alright, so you, I take it, roll it up and put it in your bag?
I do.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you kind of roll it up into your hand and do that. Ren, what were you going to do again, buddy? Were you carousing? You weren't carousing, were you?
No, I didn't cross. I just spent my time on the mine, I guess.
All right, gotcha. So, Spaz, you did make 2 allied contacts with that. So, both Kellic as well as Professor Montague.
All right.
So they're kind of good friends of yours, at least from what you can tell from your carousing. So that looks good.
How do you spell their name?
Professor Montague is Montague, and Kellic is Kellic. Excuse me, sorry. Snowflake?
Yeah.
So you guys have over the week or so noticed that Snowflake has been what have you been studying your book? I think is that right, Snowflake?
Yeah, I spend most of my time in my basement.
Yep. So
You
he's
don't hear from me or see me, except for one time when I go out and I come back with a chest.
Are you still orange for the entire week?
I don't know, am I? I didn't make myself orange. That's your job.
That's true. No, it wears off for a couple minutes in a couple minutes or a couple days. I mean, so it does disappear. So, and then so you continue to work on staying in your basement. Ren, was there anything else that you wanted to do? I know we had commented about some stuff, but it sounded like you weren't going to run the mine. You're just going to kind of work on the house.
Yeah, I guess I'll just concentrate on the house. I'm
Okay.
not sure.
All right, that sounds good. So as you continue to kind of work out there on the house and whatnot, why don't we let's see? You have
Did we ever get that pewter box identified?
Which one?
The one that's in my inventory that's got a red cross through the ID.
So it's
We found it in the
oh yeah, in the mine or in the cairn.
cairn, yeah.
There you go. I identified for it. I think we did. I think we talked about it. So
Okay. Just something else to sell.
yep.
Well, I want to go to the store and sell my stuff.
All right. Sounds good. So go ahead and you can put your things kind of in the. I assume the stuff that's in there you guys are going to sell as well. They're just general things. So you can go ahead and put it in there, and I'll pass the coins over. How you doing, Talon? Did you figure that out, or is it not working very well? Is it too much work?
Yeah, it's working. I did find an error on the foraging ingredients table.
You did?
You've got milkweed seeds, and then you have milkwood seeds.
Oh, gotcha.
But if you look in the known ingredients, there are only milkweed seeds,
Yeah, it should
no
be weed.
milkwood seeds.
All right, gotcha. Perfect. And then, Haleth, I think the last thing that you wanted to do was to kind of talk with Alustin to see if you could work on.
Yeah, just find one of those books that I was talking about.
Yep. So he's willing to hand you over a book. The book is pretty thick. Definitely is like 101 to skills or whatever, and you are able to read that over the period of time that we had kind of discussed to be able to get that taken care of.
Okay.
Let me know, Merrick, when you have the stuff in there that you want to dump, and I'll go ahead and
Yeah, it's all
push
in
it over.
there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. I assume you want to keep that for yourself. You want me to distribute it through the group?
Oh, I think the chainmail and the shield I purchased myself.
Okay, so
The box we can distribute.
gotcha. So 63 gold will be yours. Do you mind just adding it on there for me? And then I'll distribute the rest for you. I think that's
Done.
right. Did I do that math right? I think it's right. Maybe I'm off a little bit, but if I am, let me know. Alrighty, cool. Sounds good. And then for the second week, if you wanted to, you could carouse again if you wanted to, or we can just use that as the full week, second week if you want. It's completely up to you guys.
I'm going to see if I can find second week. I'm going to see if I can find a mark to sell the mine to.
Oh, okay. All right. That sounds good. So you're gonna see if we can maybe dump this thing off, right? All right.
Absolutely.
I like it. Sounds good. So we will go ahead and have you. Let's see. What skill do you want to use to look for a mark? Let's do an insight check. Oh, okay. So with your time both at the Lazaire House as well as working over at the old coaching, the Able Coach Carter Coaching Inn, you did have a chance to meet another mine owner that's in town themselves, and you have seen this female before. She comes in quite often. She's one of the few elves that actually live in the town themselves, and she's introduced herself as her name is last name is Moon Meadow is her name, Ellaville Moon Meadow. Moon Meadow, and she manages definitely some of the mines here, and is always looking for more mines to sort of take over. And so in the discussion, she's heard about the collapse, and obviously the whole town knows because the mine has collapsed. But that being said, she says, it's really a shame, that. That this that the mine collapsed, and it's too bad and whatnot. And she says, I heard you're the CEO.
The one and only.
Ah, very good, very good. So, are you going to rebuild that mine?
I was really thinking about rebuilding it, but I think it's time to liquidate this property and move on to greener pastures.
Ah, I see. Well, I'm sure you're looking for a buyer of it. I'm sure, right?
Well, that's what you do when you liquidate it.
True, true. It's a shame though, because most of the infrastructure has now been destroyed.
The whole mine didn't collapse. It was just an entrance, I think.
That's not what I heard. I heard there's a big hole up at the top where it's sort of all collapsed in. I mean, I've worked with mines for a while, and I can easily recognize that that this is, obviously a catastrophic collapse. Really, all that's worth is pretty much the outbuildings at this point.
Well, the outbuildings are worth it, but there is stuff in that mine worth mining again.
Yeah, I suppose so. And she kind of thinks, and she says, "Are you're looking to dump it off? I'm happy to take it off your hands."
Well, I'm not dumping it.
No? Well, there's about 112 people looking for work at this point, I think.
Well, But I guess if you were interested in it, I might be able to make you a good deal.
Yeah, I guess I'm interested if the price is right, of course. She says,
They don't
what
call
are
me
you offering?
Bob Barker for nothing.
What are you looking to sell it for?
Well, the time and investment.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's I know exactly what it is. So say 500 gold.
500 gold. That seems a bit steep, don't you think? I mean, the mine has collapsed. I'm not sure the mine's worth the 500 even when it wasn't collapsed. I heard there was a lot of OSHA violations there.
You know what? I was wrong. That's 600 gold.
600 gold. I don't know about that. Why don't you go ahead and give me a persuasion check? 600 gold seems a bit pricey to me. I mean, it doesn't even have, mine shafts open anymore. I mean, I've had some of my my colleagues go and purvey the area just because I had a feeling that somebody may be trying to dump off this place. I'll give you 300 gold for it.
Hmm. Well, you know what? I'll just hold up. I have another person trying to buy this mine, and they've offered 500 gold.
Oh, well, I think that you're probably best to chat with them because I could only take it off for 300 at the most. But, if you can get it for 500, best of luck to you.
Well, I think they're trying to, uh, they're just trying to close that mine down so it's not their competition. But I hate to see all these people out of work.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Well, I've hired a few of the good out of the group, that's for sure. So I do have them kind of working with me now. But yeah, I'm sure that the other buyer will probably give you as much as you would like.
You know what? Now, if you could put would you put the mine back into operation?
Well, that would be the plan. We'd obviously go through and look and see what's within the buildings and supplies and, see if it's really worth to bring back together. We may have to just sort of sell off the parts if we have to, but you never know. I'm not sure.
Well, my question is, would you put the 112 townspeople that are out of work back to work?
Of course I would. I mean, how can we have that many townspeople not working? I mean, that would be just catastrophic for the town of Diamond Lake.
Well, you know what? I'll cut you a deal.
Oh,
And instead of the 500 he was going to offer me and the 600 I asked for, we'll just split the difference and say 450.
450. She looks to you and she says, and the liens that are on it, you will continue to manage those, I assume?
What liens?
Well, there's quite a bit of debt that Ragnalan owed. That's the reason why he was in the spot he was, right? By the way, I hear that he's made it all the way back to Greyhawk at this point.
You know what? I haven't seen any liens.
Well, I'm sure there are, and with you being the CEO, those liens are obviously, put right onto you.
Let me look at something real quick.
All right.
You know what? I'll check my paperwork and I'll come back.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good day.
Uh-oh.
That didn't go as planned.
So you go ahead and leave, and obviously you still have your forged document showing that you own the mine.
I do.
Sounds good. It looks like Talon had some suggestions for you too. So after spending a couple weeks in town here, you all have really kind of sort of gotten to meet most of the people that are here. You did find that they did take Balabar, and he has been sent to Greyhawk under the garrison. Commander Trask had taken them back to the city for punishment and whatnot, and probably be either put into the gulag there or whatever. So he's off, and you did find out that Ragnalan has been nowhere to be seen. Rumors is that he is in Greyhawk somewhere, as where they had last seen him. And you guys have had a little bit more of kind of on and off discussions with Alustan due to the fact that Haleth was over there trying to get some information about how to improve her identifications of runes and magic things, and it looks like Talon may have tagged along as well. Is that right, Talon? I think he did. So Talon also tagged along, and he now seems to be very interested in sort of these different herbs and things that are going on in nature, and talking about what is poisonous and what's not. Thank you. That's what I thought. Merrick, what are you up to over there, buddy?
Just practicing.
Ah, nice. It's always good to practice. And so Merrick's just being very perceptive and kind of watching things and everything. You do notice, Merrick, as you're over at Alustan's house, you do see that there is a dragon chess set that's there on a table in his house, and it appears to be almost stuck in mid-game. You can see some pieces that are moved in a certain position, and other pieces, and there's several pieces that are off the table. And Spaz, looking at it, you can see that one side of the team, as you guys look at that table, looks like they were just about to kind of lose. You definitely can see there's one move that could have moved over and grabbed something there and kind of grab onto. Would have finished the match, and you can see that you can't tell if it was their move or not, but you definitely could see there's an end to that game. And all over the last couple weeks, every time you go in, that game is completely in the same position that it was before.
So, Illustrian, who are you playing the chess with?
He kind of looks to you and he says, "Oh, well, games can last for long periods of time, and that's just an old friend's game. I'm waiting. Someday we may finish it up." And he seems very evasive about who he's playing the game with, and he kind of comes back and kind of sort of redirects you to the books, and he's like, "Oh yes, here's another great book about learning kind of the basics," and kind of pushes it over for someone who doesn't cast spells, of course.
Of course, I do need the basics.
Yeah, and he kind of smiles and kind of pushes it over in your direction.
So I go over to the dragon chessboard and I make the move that ends the game.
And as you start to make that move, you hear Lesson say, "Oh, don't!" He's like, "Okay," and he kind of make that move, and I assume you take the piece off.
I just sort of pick it up. I haven't moved it off the board yet. I can put it all back where it was if he wants me to. I'm just saying, whose turn is it? Is it your turn?
he kind of looks and he says, "It doesn't really matter, does it?" And you can see he's a little conflicted. He feels this. You could tell he almost wanted to run over and kind of grab your hand as you were moving the piece, and then he sort of came back with restraint and just kind of sits there and looks and sort of smiles, and he says, "It doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, right?"
Is there a way out for the other guy if it's his move?
So it doesn't really look like it. It looks like the game is probably done no matter what. I mean, he could move a piece across, but you notice that if he does that, then there's another piece that would be able to take it. So it's similar to checkmate in a game. And so he just kind of looks at you, and then he's like, "Ah, yes," and he tries to sort of kind of talk about books again. He's like, "Talon, here, check out these. This is an illustrated book," and he kind of opens up another book, and it has lots of pictures that are in there of certain things.
So just for aesthetics, I'll put it all back the way it was, just so that he can maintain that illusion that he's still got a chance.
You notice that you put it back, and you can kind of hear sort of a sigh come out of him as you do. Even though he wasn't directly looking at you, he kind of recognizes that the board's been put back where it was before. And Ren, as you're out at the house, you've now kind of been working, obviously, with the people that are out there, and you notice that they've put on the roof and the windows and whatnot, and you're now kind of building on the inside. It's looking pretty nice. There's some furniture that's coming out too, and definitely has enough beds for the Magnificent Seven, including something in the basement, a little special surprise for Snowflake.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what we're going to do with this, with Donkey.
Yeah, Donkey's getting pretty big.
Yeah.
It's tough now that we got two things named Donkey.
I love it. So, I'm not sure why Spaz is casting spells on Talon, but it's all good.
Talon's trying to poison Spaz.
I did cast a spell on him.
That's awesome. So you're trying to actually poison Spaz. Nice. I like it. So you kind of see that Donkey's getting pretty big. Donkey's eating a lot of food. Definitely seems to be imitating a lot of Halis moves, especially when she's out practicing with her bow. You notice that he's doing the same movements with the hands and whatnot, looking up for approval.
So I can teach him how to shoot a crossbow. Maybe give him a dagger. But I'm afraid that he might end up on Snowflake's back when Snowflake is least expecting it.
And Snowflake's still in his basement. He's been down there for 2 weeks. He's got the skunk going. He just doesn't smell good. He hasn't bathed. He's literally been living in that basement for 2 weeks.
And he's still kind of that rusty color?
That's sort of worn off over time. Now he's just kind of covered in dirt.
Somebody should probably check on him.
Towards the end of the second week,
Uh-huh.
you hear a blood-curdling yell at the top of his lungs from down there, and then nothing.
And no one bothers to look.
Poor
Well,
Snowflake.
well, most of us are staying at the townhome.
Yeah.
Ren's out there.
Yeah, right.
No, I am in the townhome.
Oh, you're down in the basement of the townhome?
Yeah, I moved all my stuff there.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, well, I'll go down.
Well, not
I'll go
all
down
of
there
it.
and take a look.
So
Yeah.
So as you kind of walk down, you see that the basement has been pretty much. Well, actually, you see the doorway, and you see there's a belt of bells that kind of hang down, almost like the '70s sort of beads that you have to walk through. And so they're all kind of hanging down there from the skeletons that you guys had killed. And as you grab onto the door and open up the door, all of a sudden you hear all these bells, sort of these screams and loud roars and everything kind of happens as you grab onto the door and open it up. But after about 3 seconds, those roars stop and the door's open and Snowflake's in there.
Are you okay, Snowflake?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are
Why'd
you?
you scream?
I was casting.
You don't usually make noise when you cast.
I had to for that spell.
You see on the floor, you see the books that he has procured. So you see Filge's spell book, you see Theldric's spell book, you see the book that opens and shuts on its own sitting there. But you notice that Theldric's book, as well as Filge's book, the pages are haphazardly ripped out and they're scattered throughout the room. Some of them are empty, some have spells on them, but there's just like pages everywhere throughout the floor. Almost if you want to think of like somebody trying to map out some sort of master plan, there's just pages all over. And he's sitting in the center of the room with these pages spread out everywhere.
Somebody's been messing with my book, so I put an alarm on my space down here.
Somebody's been messing with your books?
Yeah, every time I wake up, the books have been messed with, so I don't know. So I figured I'd put some protection up just in case when I'm sleeping.
You see the arm of Collins hanging off the other door to the back door exit, and you can kind of see it hanging there. It's all sort of rotted and whatnot.
Sweet. I'm just going to go back upstairs and leave him down there. He knows what he's doing.
Slowly close the door.
Yeah. I really don't want any more to do with it.
Nothing to see down here.
Snowflake, sweetie, you're gonna have to do something with that arm. It's kind of smelling up the house.
That word, that keeps other creatures out. It lets them know that this den is occupied.
Well, we usually have like locks on the door to prevent other people from coming in to our occupied house. So you don't really need to put like severed arms around the place.
Well, I wasn't going to get any more unless I acquired them, but that one was owed to me.
I got a great idea.
No.
Yeah. You know, you can give it to me and I can put some salt on it in the sun and then it'll dry out and it won't stink no more. And then you can also use it for a back scratcher.
As long as it's not stinking up the house, do what you need to do.
So, wouldn't you like a back scratcher there, Snowflake?
Sure. What's it for?
Scratching your back.
Okay.
You can also probably clean poop out of your fur, too.
By the way, hey, look, when you come down here, if Donkey's with you, he probably doesn't want to come down here anymore.
Yeah, no, Donkey doesn't like it down there.
I wouldn't go into the room. I'd stay at the entrance.
I don't blame you. Yeah, Donkey seems to be a little bit more upset as you do see Snowflake there from the distance. Hey, Ren.
Yep.
Yeah, so as they're kind of all doing that downstairs, you're on the outside, sort of supervising and whatnot, and you kind of hear this sort of whistle coming from the other side of the stone wall there, almost like trying to get your attention. And as you turn around, you see a very young human male standing there. He looks vaguely familiar to you. You're not exactly sure where you've seen him from before, but he kind of whistles to you again, and he's like, "Hey, you." Are you part of the
Yeah.
Are you part of the Magnificent Seven?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. I think there was a female with you, right?
Yeah. A few.
He means spaz.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I have a message for her.
Okay. Is it on paper or?
No, it's. Is she here, or where can I find her? Is she back in town, maybe?
Which female are you looking for?
Well, she has a dagger. Uses a crossbow, pretty good shot.
Dagger and a crossbow. Are you talking about Haleth?
Yeah, that's her name, Haleth.
One second.
Ask him what his name is there, Ren. I can't be telling you that.
It's all good. Yeah, Ren. I mean, he seems pretty trustworthy. Seems to know who she is.
All right, I'll go in and look for Haleth.
All right. He looks kind of like almost like a pauper, to be honest with you. It's sort of a young boy, maybe, well, not young boy, but maybe 18 or 20. He's dressed in very simple clothes from Diamond Lake.
I'll go in and get Haleth.
Alrighty. He just kind of stands out by the stone fence, sort of picks up a rock and skips it across the road.
Hey, Haleth, there's a young gentleman out there looking for you.
Sure. I'll take Donkey by the hand, take him out with me since Snowflake is already like glaring at him.
Sounds good. So as you come
I
up,
watch from the window.
sounds good. So Merritt kind of watches out the window. You see that that young boy is kind of sitting out there. He has kind of a hat on and whatnot, and obviously his clothes look worse for wear. You kind of see him out there, Haleth, and why don't you go ahead and give me an insight check and see if you can figure out who this is.
Sure.
Yeah, so as you walk out, you've never seen him before. Very interesting looking fellow. Young, not sure if you maybe had seen him traveling through town, or maybe he was one of the people that worked at the mine or whatnot. But definitely appears to be nobody that really makes any connection in your brain. And he sees you and he says, "Hello, hi."
Hi, who are you?
Hi, my name is Tom.
Well, hey Tom, what do you
Hi.
need me for?
I was told to send you a message.
Okay,
You are Haleth, right?
I am.
Okay, all right, yeah, whew, good. I thought so. So I was, and he kind of looks around. He says, "I was told to tell you that you're supposed to go to the Feral Dog tonight after 10 o'clock."
Okay, and who told you that? I'll get closer to him so
yeah.
nobody else can hear.
Sure. He's like, it was this really tall man. Didn't tell me his name, but he gave me 5 copper, and he said you live at this house. Nice house, by the way. This place used to be a real dump.
Yeah, we're renovating.
Yeah, looks great. I'm impressed. Yeah, nice. Anyways, so he said, come alone. He said nobody else to come. Not even and he points down to the ape next to you that you're hanging onto the hand.
Okay. What time did he say again?
After 10,
Okay, Tommy.
when the moon rises. And he kind of reaches out and he kind of puts his hand out to give you something that's in his hand.
What is it?
So he kind of he goes to drop it in your hand, but you kind of say that, and he sort of turns it over and he opens up his hand, and you see in there there is a small ring, and in that ring you see that it has the symbol that looks very familiar to you, and you've seen it before, and it's the symbol that was on Cullen's arm.
Okay, I'll take it from him.
All right,
I'll give him a couple of copper.
Okay, he says, thanks, I appreciate it. And then he looks up and he waves to the house, bye-bye, and kind of quickly runs down the road back to town.
What? I make Donkey wave to him.
Okay, yeah, Donkey waves. He waves back, and he kind of waves twice to Donkey, and then he runs.
Right, I'll go. Rin, did you stay inside?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go back in and talk to Merrick
Okay.
and Rin if you're in the room. So that guy, Todrick, that he was part of Kellen's group. He was the one that scooted out the back door. He wants to meet me tonight after dark alone, but I'm not stupid. So, do you guys want to go to the Feral Dog with me tonight?
Maybe we should go a little earlier so it doesn't look like we all arrive together if he wants you to be alone.
Yeah, I would feel safer.
I can disguise myself and go in there and play like music and stuff.
I think that's perfect.
All right.
I'll park my my steed out front, and then I'll watch the back door.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
The horse will tell me if he sees anything weird.
All right. Sounds good.
I disguise myself as a tall halfling.
I love it. So you notice that Spaz's hair now, instead of being really long, is now up, and he's able to fold it underneath the hat to make it look like it actually is the short length hair. It's just kind of tucked in there, and then you also see that he does look like a halfling now. His ears definitely are not pointed; they're kind of more squinched down. He's not wearing glasses at this point. He actually has some makeup that's underneath his eyes. The eyes are still kind of weird, but the rest are. Oh yeah, and hairy feet. I forgot. Yep. And so he does put some stuff on his hairy feet, make his feet hairy.
So, what's your undercover name, Spaz?
I figured I'd be.
You figure it out as we go.
Yeah, I'll figure it out as we go.
All right, fair. That sounds good. All right, and so you guys are heading out to the to there, and you're going pretty early. Is the whole group going, or is it just a few of you?
Not me.
Yeah, Talon will use his disguise self spell and transform and end up in there.
All right, that sounds good. So you go ahead and
I guess I'll stay outside out the front. That way that we got the inside covered and both outsides covered.
All right.
Look, this may not be anything, so please don't kill him unless we need to.
I might kill him just because.
Oh, I can't stop you. I haven't had a date in a long time.
Remember, battle map doesn't mean it's going to be a
That's
battle.
right. Battle map does not mean combat. Famous last words. So you guys all kind of get into the building a little bit early, before sundown. I know that Talon is kind of disguised as kind of a downtrodden miner and who's kind of been there. You see Spaz comes in a little bit later as a very well interpreted tall halfling, and so he kind of parades in as well. And it seems to be a fairly steady night, to be honest. And you do notice that the bar does appear to be pretty busy at this point. There's a lot of discussion about the collapse of the Ragdolin's mine and talk about what may or may not have caused that, and general talk about Balabar and whatnot. So.
All right, I'll go in, just like take a look at the the patrons as make my way to the bar.
Okay, sounds good. So you kind of make your way over there. You notice that it's the general group that you usually see in here. You've been coming for the last couple weeks, pretty much every night to the Feral Dog, kind of seeing who's here. You see the bartender's there. He immediately sort of nods to you and pushes over your drink of choice, and you seem to have sort of a running tab now since they know you pretty well. You guys do see that the dart game is pretty busy, or the dagger game that's like darts. You see a lot of people throwing it there. They haven't really had any fights in the pit for some time, actually. The prize dog has been injured and has since been gone. Otherwise, though, you don't see anybody that looks like Todrick here as you're kind of looking around the room. And you hear Spaz start to play My Little Teapot. Oh, nice. I missed that picture. Talon, you're kind of sitting there at the desk, or at the table there, kind of sitting with a couple other miners, and they're kind of throwing stories back about sort of some of the mines that are here, and general stuff about how bad they're they're treated and whatnot. So, all right, what are you singing, Notzaps?
No, not I'm a little teapot because I'm famous for I'm not.
Oh, that's
a
true.
Teapot.
Good point.
I'm singing Little Bunny Foo Foo tonight.
Maresy Dotes and Dozy Dotes and Little Amsy Divey.
Oh, so Notzaps starts to play this sort of performance, and you hear a lot of people sort of moaning and groaning in the background, and occasionally, something gets like a glass gets thrown at him and whatnot. He's not doing a very good job, and you notice if I can have an acrobatics roll for you there, Notzaps. Yeah, yep. So he all of a sudden gets hit with the side of what looks like something like a salad with some meat in it, and you sort of see it kind of dripping down the side of his face from the stuff, and he generally looks just horrible. So
I'll throw a tomato at him.
all right, yeah, and he throws a tomato, and it hits the back of Notzaps, and so you got tomatoes hanging off your back now, and oh, geez.
You are doing a good job undercover.
I am, but I'm famous.
Nice.
That's the reason why I'm playing so horribly.
Talon, where would you like that tomato to hit him?
Like right in the ear, right in the side of
Oh
the
yeah, yeah. So there's tomato in your ears for days, man. It's like all in the canal. You can't hear anything. There's tomato dripping everywhere. It's pretty bad.
When you get hit with tomatoes, you make ketchup.
That's right. So Ren and Snowflake, you guys are in the back, kind of watching the back entrance.
I'm not there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So Snowflake is not there. Snowflake, you're back at home.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. So Ren, you're watching.
Actually,
the back.
I'll go to Alice. I'll go to Alistair's.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Excellent.
I'm watching the back door while telepathically talking to my horse. My horse is watching the front. It's the white square.
It's the white square. Okay, gotcha. Cool. All
Under
right,
my face steed.
nice. And then
Your horse is watching the front door.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's awesome.
I think Merrick is too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
there's
on
a
the
lot.
other side of the stairs.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic that's walking through the boardwalks tonight. It appears that with the mine being closed, a lot of people don't have a lot to do, so there's a lot more people kind of milling about, coming out of the Emporium, and St. Cuthbert seems to have a lot more followers now too, and so he's doing a nightly service as well as during the day. And so a period of time goes by, you guys are able to drink and whatnot, and obviously Notzap is now almost completely covered, and it seems like there's more entertainment from him dodging food being thrown at him than there is actually of the singing. So nice job there, Notzap's doing a good job entertaining the group.
I've got my dagger out, and I'm just sort of cleaning my fingernails, leaning on the staircase there.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. So you're kind of cleaning it, and you notice that as you're standing there doing that, even though you're obviously not standing out, you do notice when people kind of walk up the steps, they sort of hug the right side. They kind of give you that eye, like I'm not sure about this guy, and they kind of walk in afterwards. And then Merrick and Ren, can I have some perception rolls for you guys, just so I know what you can see out there?
What about my fearless steed?
Oh, yeah, your
talking
fearless-
about
absolutely.
Carrots with it.
Yeah, definitely. So, I don't know what your steed would roll, but that's what I'm going to give him. So, so as you guys are kind of watching, Ren, you from the back side of the area here, you don't see anybody really coming and going. Occasionally see the barkeep come out and he'll grab or throw some things in some barrels that are out there. You assume that's kind of like the refuse that's out there right now. Otherwise, though, you don't really see any traffic coming in through the back of the area. And then, Merrick, about maybe a couple hours after you've been there, you see a figure walking up who seems to try to be blending in, but you notice that he definitely has that sort of that look that you remember from your previous encounter, and he's kind of walking up from the east side of the boardwalk, kind of mingling in with some people, almost as if he's with the group, but you can recognize immediately that he's pretending like he's talking with them or he's in their conversation, but they're not really talking with him. And you do recognize that this is Todrick that's walking up.
Okay. I'm just going to keep an eye on. I'm not going to do anything overt here. Just let him go in and
All right, gotcha. So
wait to hear if there's a commotion from inside.
Sure. So you see that he kind of enters in through the door there. Talon and Notzap, can you guys give me perception rolls, please?
I'll give the steed a thumbs up sign saying he's in there.
Sounds good. Excellent. And then Haleth, I know what your passive perception is, so we're going to use that. And I'm going to say it's busy, but you're still looking, so we'll give you the normal. So, as you see Todrick walk in, Merrick, you see the door open, and you see right at that point, Talon is throwing another tomato at Notzap, and Notzap's kind of dodging it, but you notice that he's not winning that battle. There's quite a bit of food kind of covering him. Ooh, not bad. Pretty good. Let's see what his attack roll is. As that happens, you see a large group kind of walk in, and sort of they all kind of jump back as they see this tomato being thrown again. And Todrick is with that group, and he sort of disappears inside the bar itself. And Notzap kind of dodges that last tomato. But as that occurs, both Notzap and Talon, you guys don't see Todrick kind of walk in at all. And Haleth, you immediately recognize, nope, he didn't miss it. So you get hit again, Notzap, so smacked again with the tomato. And you see Todrick kind of walks around and kind of mingles through, and then he slowly pulls up a chair next to you, Haleth. And he goes, "Hey."
Hey, what's up? I got your message.
Yeah. Been a couple weeks. Do you think the heat's finally down? I can come on back?
Well, it depends. What are you trying to do in town? You going to stay out of trouble?
Yeah. My days of trouble are over, don't you think?
I sure hope so.
That the group I was with, they were good for everything, making money and whatnot, but I didn't always agree with what they did.
So, what have you been doing in the past 2 weeks then?
Been around, watching town, making sure everything's okay, checking to see how the house is going out there. You guys are doing a good job. It's coming along pretty well.
You saw what happened to the mine?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was dressed as one of the monks in the graveyard, kind of keeping an eye on things, and it was pretty interesting, I have to say. I thought maybe you would have milked that for a little more money.
Well, our leader of our little group determined that it wasn't going to be worth our money, and we decided that, probably needed to collapse the bottom caverns. Wasn't looking too good down there.
Yeah, well, I know when we ran some things for Balabar and we'd have to take it down there. They're pretty shady people down there, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I didn't know if you'd actually been down there. I'll talk a little bit quieter since you brought that up.
Yeah. So he kind of nods and he looks and he says, "So, you looking for some work? I got a job."
Well, it depends. What kind of work?
It's back in Greyhawk. I heard it's helping protect this noble there. He's puts on this big show every year. Have you ever heard of it? The Champion Games. A little bit of gladiator style stuff. He's pretty good payer.
Yeah, don't we have like the champion like hanging around here with some of his friends?
Yeah. Oric and Oric's Warband. Yeah, they come out here. I heard they were looking for some treasures or something.
Yeah, I think they were up looking at the cairns for some stuff.
Yeah. Well, I gotta tell you, it pays well. I know that this group you're with, you gotta split things 6 ways. You and I, we could split it half and half.
Well, I appreciate you thinking about me, but we kind of have some things that we need to do before I head back to Greyhawk.
You need a 7th? I mean, it says the Magnificent 7, but I only see 6. Maybe I could join up, help you out.
I can't really make that decision.
That's too bad. However, I gotta say, they're not very perceptive. I mean, they let me slide right up next to you here and nobody even knew. I could have, reciprocated the favor that you gave me before with the knife up against the neck.
Well, so you picked out the people in my group already?
For the most part. I mean, I see the guy that can't sing. He's getting tomatoes thrown at him by a bunch of people. So I figured he was probably with you because I remember there was a singer with your other group.
Well, the singer in my group is better than this.
Yeah, this guy sucks. He's really bad. He's really, really bad. However, the tomato entertainment's pretty good. And that guy over there that's been throwing the tomatoes, he is a hell of a throw. Much more than I would expect from a miner. I mean, that guy can throw. So, and then, I saw the protector outside, the guy with the big shield and the big sword, and, he likes to protect everybody. I saw him out there, sitting out there, so I don't think he noticed me when I came in, though.
Yeah, he was obvious. And he's out there for a reason.
Ah, gotcha. You don't trust me. Okay, all right.
Well, I don't know you.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you came out to the Greyhawk, worked with me for a while, you get to know me pretty well.
I really can't do that right now.
That's too bad. Well, I have to tell you, if you make it to the Greyhawk, the city Greyhawk, look me up. Maybe we can go. I can maybe show you the town. If you've never been there before, I'm sure. So, show you the town. Maybe we can go take in the gladiator fight. It'd be pretty fun.
Where should I look for you?
Well, let me just put it this way. I have a way to find you, and I'll find you.
Sounds good. You stay out of trouble then.
You too, Haleth. And by the way, tell the big guy that he needs to, maybe not look so conspicuous next time. And and I'm not sure where the where's the ape?
You mean Snowflake, the 7-foot tall?
Yeah, that guy.
If you didn't see him, then you really need to rethink your perceptive.
Really? Okay, all right. I see how it is. And he kind of looks over to the barkeep, and he throws 5 gold to him, and he quickly grabs it, and he says, that'll cover all of Haleth's drinks, all right? And he kind of tosses the coins over to him, and he nods, and he says, "Thanks, Todrick. I appreciate it." And he says, "Are you going to be using my room in the back any longer?" Todrick gives you a big smile. He says, "Nah, I think I'm okay." He's like, "Consider that payment."
As I walk by, I'll try to lift his coin purse.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. So yeah, you easily kind of lift off his coin purse, and he doesn't seem to notice any different. And he says to the barkeep, he says, "I appreciate you letting me stay in that room for a couple weeks, and let me know when any people that I know show up." And he kind of smiles towards Haleth. And he quickly kind of goes back and turns around and he says, "See you later, Haleth. My offer stands, so if you're ever interested, just come on back and talk to the barkeep. He'll get a message to me."
All right, sounds good.
And as he kind of walks out, you feel he kind of takes his hand and rubs it across your shoulder, and then he slowly starts to walk out the door.
I stop him before he goes out and say, "You better leave Haleth alone."
All right.
As he walks out, I'll ask Haleth, "Everything cool here?"
Yeah, everything's good. No problem.
And so I'll kind of go, "Hey, Todrick, you forgot this," and I'll just real quickly throw the coin purse back to him.
Nice. He grabs it and he goes, "Ah, I see how it is. All right, fine." And he kind of tucks it. He says, "Thanks for returning it. I appreciate it." And he turns around and sees Merrick standing at the doorway.
And I just give him a grimace and say, "Just leave Haleth alone."
Todrick says, "I think she can probably handle herself, big guy." And he kind of taps you on the shoulder, sort of patronizing. "But hey, if she's your girl, I get it, man. It's okay. It's all good."
I just rough up his hair a little bit and say, "Okay, I'm out with you, youngster."
He says, "See you later, big boy." And he kind of walks out the door and kind of gives you that sort of that smile of that wry smile.
And I check for my coin purse right away before he gets too far away.
You still have your coin purse. And then as he walks out, he kind of looks and he thinks it's very odd that there's this large black steed that sort of got its head pressed against the window, kind of the side of it pushed against with its eye peering in. And he kind of looks, he says, "What the?" And then slowly kind of makes his way down across the boardwalk.
God, that's like my date in high school with all of my brothers hanging around.
Right. Exactly. Be funny.
Did he bother you, Haleth?
No, he had a job offer in Greyhawk, but I passed up on it since, we're kind of busy here.
And
Kellen, are you still throwing tomatoes at him?
he's still throwing tomatoes.
I'm almost out. I got to move over to the potatoes here in a second.
The potatoes?
Those will hurt more. What's is that 3D12 on those ones?
Yeah, exactly. He even coated a tomato. That's awesome.
I do let Talon know that make sure he pulls those potatoes out of the front of his trousers, not out of the back. That doesn't impress the ladies.
Right. So, Ren, you do see through, obviously talking with the steed that you do see things have now come back to normal in the bar and whatnot. Not Zap, are you going to continue to kind of sing and entertain while this is going on?
Absolutely.
Oh, nice.
I'm kind of watching the crowd and see what's going on.
I like it.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of wander around and try to get a feel from the miners of any information they have about the mine collapse and what's going on with the other mines.
Yeah, so the information that you get is everybody knows about the mine collapse. They don't really know why it collapsed. They suspect probably that there's some great evil that was within the mine itself because, the stories obviously of that day when you guys left of there being these loud sounds and there's some sort of creature and made the whole ground rumble inside there has grown on itself exponentially, and now there's been discussion that that it actually opened up a portal to the abyss, and there was these demons and devils that came through, and that the evil kind of collapsed in on itself just from the sheer mass that came out of the abyss. And there's even some discussions about skeletons that have sort of walked through the observatory, and people. There had been a guy that went to check on the observatory and completely disappeared, and just general discussion there. It does sound like a lot of these mine workers are trying to find work other places. The mines are taking in some of the workers that have been displaced. However, they're being paid less than they were being paid by Ragdolin, and there's a little bit of upset about that. So, but generally, that's kind of the story that you get. There's no discussion about the mine being blown up or anybody using 36 barrels of black powder to make it destroyed or anything of that sort.
I started a rumor that they should build an amphitheater there. I think it's just natural.
Yeah, so one of the guys, as you say that, he's like, yeah, that's a great idea. We can get that teapot singer, and he can come sing there nightly. I like it. Better than this guy, this halfling that's here. He's terrible.
Yeah, I can't say that he's been entertaining, but I sure like the color he's added to his outfit with all those tomato stands.
Right. Yeah. He looks much better that way. That's for sure. So, not a very good dresser either.
Not going to be sneaking up on anybody with tomato squelching
No.
between his toes.
Definitely not. And so yeah, there's kind of the general discussion there. Ren, you're just continuing to watch in the back.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out.
Okay,
in case
gotcha.
it comes back.
Yep, sounds good. So as you guys are all doing that sort of in the bar, Snowflake.
Yes, I want to go to Allison's.
Yep. So you kind of walk from the house, and you kind of walk with the group or whatever, and you kind of make your own little beeline over to Alustin's house. And as you knock on the door, you see Alustin is kind of sitting in the back of the house, and he has a chair, and there's this really long sort of metal tube, and you see him kind of looking at it, looking up into the sky itself, and he kind of looks over to you, and he says, "Hey, what's up, my friend? Hey." And come on over, Snowflake, please.
You can have these.
He kind of looks down, and he sees this mess of books with pages that are torn out, and they're kind of all stacked in there, and some are written on, some aren't. And he says, Snowflake, what happened to your books?
I don't know.
Who did this?
I'd wake up in the morning and somebody had been in my room and this stuff was happening.
Somebody tore up your books?
Yes.
Was it Spaz?
I don't know. But it's okay. I know how to alarm my space now.
Ah, I see. And he kind of looks through the pages again, and he says, how do you know that?
I do. I don't know. I do.
He kind of looks
It's magic. You know how that works.
I do. He says, Snowflake, can I see your book? And then he kind of sees the sort of trepidation in your face, and kind of looking back and forth, and he's like, Snowflake, where's that black book you had? What'd you do with that book?
It's not here anymore.
Snowflake, are pages missing out of that book too?
I don't know. I haven't checked it.
Snowflake, magic is very powerful. You know that, right?
Yep. That's why I'm doing it.
Snowflake, you know that not all spells are good, right?
They aren't.
No. Magic isn't all
They
good.
do things. They do things I can't do. That makes them good.
Snowflake, there's dangers in magic. Big dangers. You gotta be careful with the spells and the things that you cast. Are you sure that you have good spells in your book?
All right.
Snowflake.
I'll let him look at it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't see that. The last one was in the tower. It was the same number. So he kind of looks through your book, and he kind of pages through, and as he does, he looks through, and then he closes the book, and he hands it back, and he says, Snowflake, how many spells do you have in your book?
A lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. He kind of hands it to you, and he says, by the way, where are your friends?
In town.
So, I've become very interested in the stories and the artifacts you have sent me, and I've been doing some reading, and I think I'd like to also sort of examine the stuff at the Whispering Cairn. Do you think that would be able to be kind of arranged? Do you think maybe you can talk them into allowing me to go out there and look at things?
Sure.
Great. That would be wonderful. It's pretty late tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Can you bring him by tomorrow so I can talk to him?
Yep.
And maybe we can all go out as a group. What do you think?
Okay.
Snowflake, you haven't seen any of my books around, have you? I seem to be missing one. I thought maybe as a big, powerful spellcaster that you are, you may help me be able to find that book.
Let me think for a minute.
It's an interesting book. It seems to have sort of a mind of its own. It sometimes will open up a book and it'll open to a certain page and then it'll close. It was
Oh, I got one of those.
Snowflake. You have a book like that?
Yeah, I do. I'll pull it out and show it to him. See?
You see his eyes get big for a second, and he says, "Snowflake, where'd you get that book?"
Out of my chest.
He says, "May I see that book?"
Sure.
So he kind of looks through the book, and as he does, you see sort of that dad scowl kind of comes across his forehead as he's looking. As it looks as if he's caught kind of the fox in the hen house sort of thing, and he's kind of paging through, and he says, "Snowflake, this looks like my book."
Maybe they were made by the same people.
Kind of gets a big smile, and he says, "Yeah, maybe you're right." He says, "Do you know how to read this book, Snowflake?"
Nope. But I don't read any of them.
Why aren't there any pages missing out of this book?
I don't know.
You don't read any of the books, do you, Snowflake?
Nope.
Yeah.
Never had a reason to learn.
Well, he kind of closed the book and he hands it back to you, Snowflake. He says, "Take care of this, all right?" Yeah, there's about 30 spells in that book. All right. So he says he hands you the book that opens and closes, and he says, "Take care of that book. It looks very similar to the book I had, and if I can't find mine, I may have to borrow that book, if that's okay."
I think we might be able to do that.
Excellent. Well, let me make sure that that I can get a hold of you. Is that okay?
Sure, we're living over there in that house.
Ah, good. Excellent. Very good. That sounds great. Well, I'm kind of studying the stars in here. Do you want to take a quick look?
Sure.
So as you look through this tube, you see that the sky gets much bigger. And
I don't know if it makes any difference, but I'm always wearing those goggles now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about those goggles. So all you see is colors of gray and white, but you do see that the sky is sort of zoomed in this apparatus, and you see several stars that are there. And Alustin kind of goes through this whole diatribe about, if you connect this star to that one and this one with imaginary lines, you'll sort of. And he really doesn't make much sense to you, Snowflake. And then he says, "Do you see it? Do you see what I'm talking about?" And so he kind of points that all out, and then finally, after a period of time, he's kind of rambling on about things and talking about the sun or the sun and the moon and all these stars and how it's important to spell casting and how this constellation has sort of moved in, and that one used to be here, but it's now moved into a different position, and yada da 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 da, over and over and over. So he continues to kind of chat about it. Back at the feral dog.
I'm personally thinking that he's not quite right in the head to be so excited about looking up at the sky and seeing stars, since we do that every night.
Right, exactly. And then finally at the end, he kind of taps you on the back and he says, Snowflake, I'm glad you swung by. You should come by more often.
Okay.
And do you want me to keep these books?
Yeah, you can have them. I don't want them.
He says, okay. All right. And he kind of grabs the books, and as he does, he looks through Theldric's book, and he notices that every spell is still in his book. And he kind of turns his head and kind of looks to you again, and he looks back, and he says, "Yeah, this book has nothing in it, does it?"
Nope, no pictures or nothing.
Yeah, that's a terrible book. He kind of closes it and sort of taps the top of the book with his hand, and he says, you want me to swing? I'll swing by you guys' place tomorrow. How does that sound?
Okay,
All right. You take care, Snowflake. Be careful out there.
make it early.
Early? How early do you want me to come out?
Oh, just after daybreak sometime.
Sure. Sounds good. I'll be out there. Get some sleep.
I always do.
Excellent. And so you kind of see him looking back into the stars, Snowflake. Where would you like to go next?
Going back to the house.
Alrighty. So you continue back out to the house. For the rest of the group at the Feral Dog.
Well, I have a 5 gold tab to clear out, so
Yes, you
I'm
do.
gonna drink that 5 gold worth of whatever I'm drinking.
And that's why I told him to come early.
Sounds good. So
I'm going to tell Ayla that if she wanted to be on an alone date, she has to make up signals.
Next time.
Isn't that like a sock on the doorknob or something?
yes, it is.
No, like those early warnings. You know, if the date's going no good, you want somebody to give you the call to save you.
Right.
I'll start showing Merrick some, thieves, like symbols, so
Okay.
we can try to work out some details.
Sounds great.
All right.
Intelligence roll for Merrick. Just a straight check, intelligence check. You kind of start showing them symbols, and as the night continues, the symbols get a little more sloppier because you are drinking 5 gold worth of drink. And Merrick is obviously trying to copy, but he's just not quite comprehending some of those signs that you're kind of giving him.
We'll work on it
course.
again later.
All of the other thieves in the bar are
groaning.
just looking at us like we're retarded.
Yeah, right. Exactly. They're all looking around like, oh my god. You even hear some groans from the table behind you. So, Talon is still kind of carousing, or not carousing, but mixing with the groups that are there and talking to the miners, I assume.
Is that it, Haleth?
Yeah.
Is that the signal?
And I think Ren, I don't know how you doing back there, buddy.
Oh, pretty good.
All right, good. Excellent. So Ren continues to kind of watch. Ren, you do see that about every 15-20 minutes the bartender does come out to the back and is kind of dumping things in, and every once in a while he'll sort of stop and look in your direction, but he doesn't necessarily see you, and then he goes back in. And then how about for Not Zaps? How do you say it? Not Zaps.
Yeah, he's
I
still
got it.
playing.
Yeah, I got it. It took me a minute to figure out what it was. So Not Zaps is still playing the music, and obviously at this point he's just covered in food, and people seem to be enjoying more covering him with food than anything else at this point. So 5 gold of drink is quite a bit of drink, Haleth. Why don't you go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw? Yeah, so about 2 hours into it, Haleth is pretty snockered. We're at the point where she's kind of falling off her stool.
And I said, put 37 barrels of powder down there.
So as she kind of yells that out to you, Merrick, the bar stops and everybody kind of looks at her. You hear kind of some mumbling. Powders, barrel powders, 37? What's she talking about?
It would have been.
I put a finger across my lips and go, shh.
But bigger, more. Fine.
And slowly the bar continues.
Take out.
Go ahead.
I take out the sap in my pack and knock her on the back of the head. Oops, she passed out. We gotta go, guys.
So she's kind of like sleeping on the bar. And
Looks like Nutsaps needs a long rest.
yeah, right. Yeah, he's out too. He's covered in tomatoes. So
I'm fine.
you're fine. All right, gotcha.
I'm fine. Little ketchup.
The ketchup. You do see that the bar obviously is still at pretty busy point at this point. There's still lots of people kind of coming and going. You do see that the barkeep looks pretty happy. He's got quite a bit of money that he keeps taking into the back. Every once in a while, he'll kind of run it back, bringing out food and whatnot.
Well, if Merrick says it's time to go, I would not complain.
Yeah, I think it's time to go.
Sounds good. So Merrick,
Before I say something about the 37th barrel that we used as a fuse.
so, Merrick and Haleth kind of stumble out pretty uneasily on their feet. I assume you guys are heading back, most likely.
Yeah, I think we'll go to the townhome.
All right, sounds good.
I'll try to signal Talon
Okay.
in the most obvious way possible, thinking that I'm being subtle.
I just get up and kind of shake my head and just kind of walk out.
All right.
You just walk out the back door, totally ignoring us.
As you guys are walking out, you still see that horse has its head kind of pressed up against the glass with its one eye peering in. Suddenly, it kind of moves around and goes around the back of the building.
Did Ren fall asleep out back or something?
I was wondering if he did, maybe.
I was doing guard duty in case he came back.
Nice. Just making sure, right? Especially with all that 5 gold. And then, let's see.
He
Not
seemed to
spaz
be
or
fairly well off, though, eh?
oh. Throwing 5 gold.
Well, he probably knew where Kellen and the rest of them kept their stuff.
Yeah, he didn't have to split it anymore, did he?
Nope.
When I had his coin purse, did I have an idea, a general, of how much was in there?
Pretty heavy.
Like, was it a good amount?
Oh
or...
yeah, and there was gems in there too. You could feel there was some gems and stuff. that he had in there. Yeah, he was well off, no doubt about it. Much better than anybody else in this town that you would imagine. So it looks like the rest of the group is going. Not Zaps. Are you going to stay and entertain for a little while longer?
Nah, I think I'll let them clear there, and then I would take a big bow,
Alrighty.
and I'm I'm glad you listened to me tonight, and don't forget, Not Zaps' Smelly Feet is the greatest halfling entertainer of them all.
As you say that, you see everybody starts throwing everything at you. So there's tomatoes, and there's just all the stuff kind of being thrown at you as you're I'm just getting pelted repeatedly by food that's there, and you hear people laughing and whatnot.
I take my loot and turn it around and hold it by the end and start, batting it back at some of as I'm running out the door.
Sounds good. So you're swinging the loot, to kind of hitting it, and ketchup
Yes.
flying, tomatoes everywhere, and the place is an utter old mess. As you walk out, you do see several ladies of the night, we'll say, were kind of walking outside, and they all like, ew, gross, and they're like, God, that's disgusting. As you kind of walk out the door.
I'll just tell him Talon's out back.
Sounds good. And then they're like, "You want? Does he have any coin?"
Of course he does.
Ladies, wait for Netsack. He'll be out in a minute.
So they're like, "Oh, okay." And so they kind of all wait as you guys walk out. as you guys kind of leave the house or leave the feral dog and make your way back. Ren, I assume you're going, and Talon as well.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys continue to travel back, you do notice that the town appears to be a little bit more kind of jovial over the last couple weeks. Things seem to be maybe a little bit on the up and up at this point, and you guys are able to kind of notice that as you're walking back to the townhome. As you arrive, Snowflake is there.
Oh, I thought maybe you ran away.
Nope. I went to visit Allison.
Oh, well, glad you're back.
Thanks, you too. That's just completely wasted on me, isn't it?
That was just such excitement out of town. I'm not sure how to take it.
Oh, and Allison's coming by in the morning.
I'm pretty much passed out.
Yeah, pretty much. They didn't care.
He would like for us to take him out to the Karen. I told him we would.
Sure.
So you guys are able to get well, we'll make it a long rest. It'll be close. But first thing in the morning, you guys are kind of all sleeping, and you hear kind of a rapping on the door. It's even before kind of like the sun is coming up. It's pre-dawn, and you hear doop, 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 doop.
Nope.
Go away.
I'll get up and get it.
All right, gotcha. So it pounds on the door a couple times. As you go down, you do see a Lustin's there, and he is dressed in what looks like travel clothes that he's wearing. He does have a sort of a satchel that's kind of wrapped around him. He has a large staff. It looks like an old wooden staff, but definitely like a traveling staff that he has there, and he's kind of rapping on the door with that. And you see a horse that's sitting outside, which appears to be his, and behind it is a small pony, which has a lot of saddlebags on it. It looks like there's probably 4 saddlebags, and they seem full. They're kind of bulging. And he's kind of knocking on the door again. Pop, 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 pop.
I'll open the door. Lustin,
Good morning.
little earlier than expected.
A little bit.
Excited for the day?
Yeah, I am. I'm super excited. Snowflake told me to come by early. He said you guys were early risers and would be ready to go pre-dawn.
Is there anything left in your house that you might have forgotten?
He looks at you and he says, "This is not my belongings. That's trail rations for the group. We've got a long
pack
trip."
Heavier than my wife.
Oh, I mean, I'm packing for 6, the Magnificent 7, right? I mean, that's what you guys call each other, so.
Well, come in.
Ah, thank you.
I look at Talon and say, I didn't know he was married.
And he comes in, he says, "Boy, you guys have done a pretty nice job with this house. Looks nice. Have you built a library yet?"
Snowflake has all the books.
Ah. Where is that guy anyways? I don't see him here. He said he'd be up.
He's downstairs painting with poop or something. I don't know what he's doing.
Painting with poop. He kind of looks at you sort of
We call him the Picasso.
the Picasso. Okay. Is everybody ready? You guys aren't packed.
Packed for what? We're just going to the cairn.
Where's the group? I mean, he says, "Do you need me to?" He says, "Fine." And he's like, "Where's your kitchen?"
I'll lead him into the kitchen.
So he walks in and he opens up his satchel and he pulls out what looks like several large eggs, larger than what you'd expect for a chicken egg. And as he looks around, he kind of takes a look. He says, "Do you have a pan or something to cook in?"
Yeah, they're hanging right there over the stove.
And he kind of looks up. He goes, "Oh yes, yes," and then he kind of just gestures, and you see the pan sort of lifts off and kind of falls down on the stove. And he kind of clicks his finger, and there's a little fire underneath. And takes the eggs and he opens them up and puts them in there. And they're really large. They look like extra large eggs when he pours them out. And he has them in there, and he just kind of sits there and just kind of moves his hand back and forth as you see they kind of get jostled around and eventually make scrambled eggs. He's like, "What are you looking at me for? Come on, get the group up. We got to go. I'm making breakfast. Hurry up." He's like, "Fine, fine," and he kind of reaches over and brings a bowl over and puts it in there and hands it to Talon. I know you're grumpy in the morning. Here, just have some breakfast. You'll feel better."
24 hours of morning.
I'm not grumpy. This is my normal
Oh,
way.
okay. Well, here's some breakfast. Eat up. We're gonna need lots of strength. We got a long way to travel. And he's like, "Where's Ren, Haleth, all those other guys? Come on, come on.
Oh,
We got-
why don't you take some of this wonderful breakfast up to Haleth? She really enjoys breakfast in bed. We keep having to serve her. It's like she's a pretty princess.
Sure. You got you can cook these eggs while I go up there. I can't cook and be up there. At the
Yeah,
same time.
I'll keep an eye on them.
Okay, and so he grabs a bowl and he has grabs a glass of what looks like some sort of squeezed juice, and he kind of goes up and goes up to the top and he goes, "Hey, Lith, good morning, time for breakfast," and he kind of knocks on the door, dunk dunk dunk. "Hey, Lith,
I don't know who you are,
it's
but you
Celeste.
should leave.
I have breakfast." Like I should leave. "Hey, Lith,
Breakfast?
breakfast, eggs, juice."
No.
I'll just set it down here. And he sets it down on the floor, and it's outside your door.
Donkey, fetch.
You see the door opens up, and Donkey kind of sticks his hand out there and grabs the juice and grabs the eggs and looks up at Lustin and gives him sort of that glare, and then closes the door. Lustin turns around and comes down and sees Talon. He's like, "The monkey didn't seem very happy to see me." "Hey, you're burning those eggs."
I am the most perfect egg cooker.
Oh, all right. I've just never seen him cook that way before. Why are you flipping them like that?
Omelet, yo.
Oh, cool. Never had an omelet. Nice. Where's the rest of the group? You need me to get them up too? All of a sudden you see him kind of go, "I'll get them up," and he goes upstairs. He starts knocking on everybody's door. "Come on, guys, time to get up. Time to wake up. Morning."
He gets a grunt out of my room.
We having breakfast?
Yeah, good
He
morning.
hears feet hit the floor.
So Talon, you rolled an 8. So yeah, he's like, "Okay, all right," and he's like, where's was that Spaz? Is that you I hear?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, come on, let's go. We got things to explore. It's gonna be a great day. He's like, "You smell like tomatoes."
Oh, well, people were helping me make ketchup last night.
Ah, well, maybe you want to take a bath. You kind of stink. He's like, Ren?
Oh yeah, I'm coming.
Come on, guys. Merrick, come on. Let's go. Hey, let's start eating breakfast. Come on, guys. Where's Snowflake sleep? He's not up here. Oh, he's in the basement. That's right. Okay, I'll go down there. Come on, guys. Come on, hurry up. Let's go. Talon's making breakfast.
No, you didn't let Talon cook, did you?
Yeah, he said he's really good. He's doing this flip thing. He calls them an omelette. I don't know what that is, but...
Yeah, well, they're edible.
Well, okay. All right. Well, Haleth got the good eggs. All right, come on, guys. Come on. And he kind of goes down the stairs and goes back into the kitchen, and he's like, Talon, how's the eggs coming?
They're ready.
Excellent. And you kind of hear up, "Come on, guys, breakfast time." And you see he kind of flicks his fingers a little bit, and you hear the small bell going ding, 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 ding. Like, now where's the stairs downstairs here? Where? Oh, here they are. And you see, kind of goes downstairs, and he gets down and goes, "Oh my God, what is all this stuff?" He knocks on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Snowflake, come on, buddy, let's go.
I'll go over and open the door and forget to say the word, and the scream goes off.
Yeah, loud scream goes through the house, which obviously would wake everybody up again if you're not awake.
But
Come on, it's time. It's morning. Let's go. Oh my God, what kind of room do you live in? As he peers in. What is all that stuff?
it's my room, and I'll shut the door.
Okay. He's like, hey, wait. Okay, fine. And then he kind of goes up the stairs. He's like, your room is kind of weird, Snowflake. You got a lot of stuff in there. Does
It's
anybody
the
else
biggest
go
room
in
in
there?
the house.
I see that. Who else goes in there?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Well, except for whoever was tearing up my books. But they aren't going to do that anymore. My alarm will go off.
I see that. All right, come on up. And he kind of comes up to the kitchen and brings Snowflake with him. You see that Merrick is there, and I don't know if Ren's down there yet, but Talon's in there eating breakfast.
I tell Talon, great job.
I'll tell Snowflake to go wash his hands first.
All right, sounds good.
I'll start walking down to the river. It's the only moving water I know of.
So why are we up so early?
Oh, yeah, good morning. Come on, please sit down, everybody. I'm so excited. This is excellent. Please, please. And he's like, kind of pulls out chairs and gets everybody all situated, and he sits down, and he has more vigor than you've ever really seen before, to be honest. And he's like, so, well, I talked to Snowflake last night, and he told me that you guys would take me over to the Whispering Cairn so that way I could look inside.
We emptied that place out.
But
I'll be back in 30 minutes or so after I get done washing.
that sounds good. And he sees you walk out of the house. He goes, how far is the well?
He doesn't know about the well. He goes all the way down to the lake.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Anyways, so I was doing a lot of reading, and I found out that this is one of the legendary battles of Pesh was right here, way back when, between the Battle of Law and Chaos. And so those frescoes, they tell the story, like the story. That's fascinating. So I really think we need to go back in there and really spend some time in there, maybe a couple weeks. That's why I brought a lot of food to look and see, and that way we can really kind of figure out how it all works.
Couple weeks?
Well,
I don't know that we can stay down there a couple of weeks.
so that's what I thought. I was all packed last night after I talked to Snowflake. I was super excited. I had 2 weeks of packaging and everything. But then I got a message this morning, and I have an appointment I have to go to.
An appointment where?
So I was hoping that you guys could escort me out to the edges of the Mist Marsh.
Wasn't there some trouble going on out there?
Instead of the cairn?
Yeah, I'd love to go to the cairn, but one of my friends, Marzana, who I knew in the city of Greyhawk a long time ago, she was recently assigned to one of the keeps out there. They lost their battle mage, and so she sent me a message saying that she's been getting reports of some weird findings out there, and she asked me if I would come out. And so when she said that, I was like, I'm really busy. I want to go into the cairn and do whatnot. And then she sent me another message back saying that she's been finding some worms, green worms out there. And that immediately reminded me of you guys. And remember that vial you guys gave me a few weeks back?
Yes. Did you find anything out about it?
Well, I didn't really find anything out, but I'm wondering if those are the same green worms. And maybe Marzana, who's out there, maybe knows some information about it. So I'm asking maybe if you can help escort me out there, because Miss Marsh is kind of dangerous, a little lawless, and, you know, an old mage like me walking out there by myself probably isn't the safest thing.
Well, do you want to do that before going to the cairn?
She said it was of utmost importance because she's seems to hear a lot more reports of them out there, and she's concerned that there's maybe problems. And I understand that the ties between the lizard folk as well as the keep isn't going very well. So she asked I come out with haste, and she's usually a pretty straight shooter. So I thought, what a great adventure. We'll go out there. We'll make a walk out there. It's about a couple days to get there, a couple days back. We can just go right through Diamond Lake when we come back through. We'll head to the cairn and spend a couple weeks. Doesn't that sound great?
I look to Ren. Does this sound like a plan, Ren?
Oh, the Mist Marsh sounds good, but a couple weeks in the Whispering Cairn, I don't think we can support that.
Well, let us travel together, see really what we work like. And besides, now that there's 6 of you and I add on, we're now the Magnificent 7. See how it works? This is great.
Why is it everyone has a problem with 7 and only 6 of us?
Well,
Black Angus is the 7th.
oh,
Donkey's the 7th.
well that means
Which one?
now we're to the Majestic 9 or something like that, right?
Well, Snowflake did the counting, so that's
Oh.
why it goes up to 7 and then it just stops. So
Just then
we're
you see the
probably-
door open. Snowflake is covered in orange. He's dripping wet.
I'm ready to eat now. I watched, see?
Alustin just sort of sits there with his mouth open. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Don't call him Rusty. He doesn't like that.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. Snowflake,
Yeah.
you're the color of rust.
Something happened to the snow.
Rust flake.
I never did get the lesson that I'm not supposed to pee where I wallow.
So he says,
Yeah, that the water does that to you.
I don't think you're supposed to swim in that or clean in it. At least nobody else does.
When I get out, the lake has a ring around it.
So he says, are we okay with this? I mean, do you think we can, and what are we all waiting for? Are you guys done with your breakfast?
I'm done.
Yep.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Excellent. And he kind of looks around and he says, do you guys have somebody who can clean these up, the dishes and everything?
That would be Talon.
Oh,
I'm
Can't you press to
still eating.
digitate them?
oh, you're still eating? Okay.
Yeah, you got any ketchup I can borrow, Spaz?
Oh,
Ew.
nice.
Sure. And I lift up my shirt and give him armpit ketchup.
Oh, nice.
Like, here you go.
I'm
I look
done.
at the Meiji type guys and say, can't you guys press to digitate the plates clean?
Lesson says,
No.
I'll do the dishes. I got it. And he starts prestidigitation the plates that are there and cleaning them. Puts the pan back up.
Okay. And I'll do it.
All right, gotcha. Lesson's like, hey, I was doing dishes.
I'm gonna cast a cantrip and make the sink look like it's empty.
All right.
Minor illusion.
Nice. He's like, what happened to all our stuff? All right, I think that's good. Ren, do you need more eggs?
No, I'm good.
Don't worry about
We
your
can head
rations.
out.
I got the rations. Everybody, calm down about the rations. I got food. No problem.
The only thing I'd ask is when we get to the Mist Marsh, can you take a minor illusion of me in the Mist Marsh? I've never been in the marsh.
Maybe. I'm so excited. Do you guys have any good trail songs, or do you have stories that we can talk about?
No. Spaz does not have any songs or any tales.
What? It's been so long since I've adventured. I feel like I'm a young kid again. This is great.
I'm pretty sure Spaz will entertain you.
I'll meet you guys at the cairn.
Wait, no, I'm in
We're
front
not going
with
to the cairn.
I'm in front with Talon.
Lesson's like,
We're not going to the cairn, Talon.
It doesn't matter.
I'll be at the cairn.
So Alustin says, the way when back in my day, the way we did this is we put the big fighter guys in the front, us little squishy magic user guys, we were in the center, and then we put kind of like our rogue types in the back to kind of protect us, and also to be able to make sure that nobody was sneaking up on us. I think that would be an excellent way for us to travel. Work well for my group.
Sure.
Excellent. Oh,
Where's the rest of your group? Did they survive?
Well, of course they survived. They're when you adventure as much as I have, you collect enough money where you don't really need to adventure anymore. So we've all kind of gone our ways. You know how it is. Boy, this makes me feel good though. I love the smell of the road.
That's me you're smelling.
Oh.
Make sure you walk behind Ren's horse then.
Okay. All right. Great. Excellent. And he says, should we travel through Diamond Lake? That way everybody knows that we're leaving town and they know that we're going someplace? Or should we be a little bit more discreet and maybe kind of circle around in the hills?
Oh, yeah, and we could tell them that we have bags of gold with us also.
That's a good idea. And nobody would mess with you guys. I mean, this is a pretty strong troop, if I have to say so myself.
I don't want anybody breaking into our homestead.
Oh.
If we let everybody know we're leaving town,
Good point. Don't you have some workers or something that kind of stick around and clean up the place for you? Kind of building it and things?
Yeah, we do have those.
Yeah. Are you guys putting in like monkey bars in the back?
Yeti bars.
Ah, Yeti bars. Good. Yeah. They need to be a little stronger probably. Well, this is great. I'm super excited. So, we'll just kind of travel on the road. We'll get towards the edge of the Mist Marsh, and then should be pretty easy to find. I've only been there once or twice, to be honest with you. And then, hey, when we come back, right to the cairn. Does that sound good? Everybody good with that plan?
We'll go do what we need to do in the Mist March, and then we'll decide when we're going to the cairn. Which way did you say it was? Mist March
It's
west?
to the west. Yeah, we have to go out to the west. Yep. We follow the river down. The river kind of empties into the Mist Marsh and sort of fills in through it. So as long as we move down through that way, we should be good, I think. I'm super excited. By the way, I got to tell you guys, I appreciate you, taking me on and allowing me to kind of, travel with you and whatnot. I think this is super exciting, and boy, you know what? This is awesome, don't you think?
Well, you've done so much for us. That's why we're reciprocating and
thanks.
escorting you out here.
I appreciate that a lot. So that's great. And he kind of counts the bodies. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a magnificent 7.
Don't forget Donkey.
And Angus.
You guys really count horses and animals though with this? I mean, doesn't that seem kind of counterintuitive?
Look, Donkey's getting pretty good. I'll hand him his, the hand crossbow that I picked up.
Yeah, and he does a pretty good job. He handles it pretty well, and as he does, he smiles at Alustin, kind of holding it up.
And remember, Donkey, do not shoot it at Snowflake.
Donkey kind of gets that scowl on his face real quick, and then kind of nods his head solemnly.
I think I could take him.
Talon kind of heads out and stays about 20 yards in front of the rest of the group.
Alrighty. So you guys do see Talon right there.
How long of a walk is it?
He looks to you and he says, maybe a couple days, Snowflake. You're definitely gonna have to spend the night somewhere along the trail, unless we push through. But probably 2 days, I would say, with a good night's sleep.
We've got horses.
Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe we'll make better time. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Should be interesting. I'm super excited though. I cannot wait. And boy, I have stories to tell you guys. Oh boy.
Good stuff.
I bet you can't wait to hear it.
I'm gonna bring.
I
up
go
the
out
rear.
another 10 yards.
I'm gonna bring up the rear and make sure nobody attacks from behind.
All right, gotcha. And
Wait, Merrick, you heard him say that rogues need to be
Yes.
in the back.
yeah, he's like, wait a minute, you're breaking the fighters in the front.
Don't you want strength at both ends and
No.
squishy in the middle?
The only time anything attacks is from the front. Nothing ever comes from the back. Don't you think? I mean, I defer to you. This is your group. I'm just the traveler with you guys. I'm kind of the seventh wheel here. So, the Magnificent Seven, and he gets a big smile. Magnificent Seven.
Okay, you know what? We got Talon up front, Ren up front. That's two tough guys up front, right?
Okay.
And then, do we put all three up there? Like, is that what we do, or
I mean, I'm just coming.
don't you squishy guys like some help?
Well, yeah. I mean, I like help. It's just I think that this
Okay.
is
You know what? I'll do it just for you. I'll go way up front with Talon.
Okay, all right, cool. That sounds great. So he kind of sees you go up and go ahead and he's like, oh, so this means that Spaz, you and I, we get to talk. We haven't really talked very much.
What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about your name. So how'd you get that name?
My mother gave it to me.
I love it. That's a great name. And your eyes, what happened?
What? You know, it's not polite to ask people about, things.
I'm just an old guy. I don't know very much about being polite anymore. You guys see Snowflake kind of looks at the horse a little bit and watches the rest of you guys trying to get on your horses. And he has a fairly larger size horse, right? Because he's a bigger guy. And then suddenly he just kind of hops right up on there.
Backwards.
Actually, he rolled a 20 on his animal handling. Kellen, I saw your roll.
Yeah, that was just for would I know my way to the
Yeah.
Miss Marsh?
You do. You know your way
Okay.
very well, actually. And you do know that the road can be pretty hazardous when you travel. However, you're aware of various landmarks on the way. You've actually traveled along the northern edge of the Miss Marsh before, and you've traveled this road as well. So you do recognize there's ways, and you have seen the keep that he's talking about. It's been off at a distance. You never actually went to it, but you do know exactly where he's wanting to go.
Okay.
Yeah, there goes your good roll for the night. Exactly. So, and so you guys kind of continue through in your order. So it sounds like we've got Ren and Talon up front. Merrick, you're up there with him, or did you decide to go to the back like Alustin had recommended?
He never recommended me to go to the front
Okay, gotcha.
back.
So you're in the front?
Yeah,
He
I'm
recommended the rogue
Oh,
to the
that's
back.
right. The rogue's in the back. I'm sorry.
I'm about 15 yards behind Talon.
All right, gotcha. And then Snowflake, you're riding where?
Behind Spaz, I guess.
All right, gotcha. And so,
Since Spaz has got a new best friend.
yep. And how about for Haleth? You in the back, Haleth?
Sure, I'll take up the rear.
All right, gotcha. So, he's kind of talking to Spaz, and he hears Snowflake ask a question. He's like, "Snowflake, are you colorblind?"
No.
Well, why are you asking if everybody sees in black and white? I see vivid colors.
Well, they told me to wear these glasses because it'd help me see better. Now everything's black and white.
Those don't sound very good glasses.
I didn't think so, but I don't like to upset my group.
That's a good idea. Why don't you come on? You can ride between. You can ride next to me. I'll have Spaz on one and one side, and you on the other.
That's okay. I'm going to stay back here and keep an eye on the Yeti.
Oh, okay. You don't trust the Yeti back there?
Nope.
All right. So we kind of got sort of a semblance of a marching order, and you guys are going to be kind of moving through, I take it?
Yeah.
So on the travel, you guys do go around Diamond Lake for the most part. You do see various sort of mine trains that are kind of going through that are carrying what looks like lots of ore and whatnot that's there. They are guarded with what looks like mercenaries. You guys are able to easily overtake them at times. the road itself that travels appears to be fairly well traveled due to the fact that it does go to the city of Greyhawk in the same general direction until you get to a bit of a way out west, and it kind of turns south down to a smaller little bit there. During your travels, is there anything that the group would like to be doing at the time, or?
Talon's always just kind of keeping an eye out, watching for ambushes, just being careful.
All right, gotcha.
I'll do the same in the back, make sure nobody's following us, and also teaching Donkey how to speak Common and Sylvan.
Ooh, nice. All right. So, yep.
I'll watch the flanks of the road.
Okay. All right. And as you're trying to watch Spaz, you notice that Alustin kind of it keeps trying to grab your attention. He's like, and he kind of taps you on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I'm telling a really good story here, and he kind of goes into another story. You guys are able to travel through most of the day. As you do, you don't really see anything other than the mine sort of train that you had passed earlier with all the ore and whatnot. The road's been fairly quiet as you continue to travel. The clouds it's very cloudy and gray out. Your distance to see is a good couple miles, but that being said, it's still can be, you don't have full range of view through there. As you get kind of towards the west, there's a small road. Talon, you immediately recognize that this road does pass down through around by the Miss Marsh a little bit closer to take. As you guys kind of take that road and continue down through the south, you travel through most of the day with nothing really encountering at all. As you start to move through, you do notice that off to the south and the south west, you see what looks like the trees kind of turn into more of a kind of a thicker sort of impassable sort of thing. You can kind of see a little bit of mist that's kind of coming through the trees that are there as it starts to become closer to evening at this point. And as you continue on, you kind of hear Alustin talking about how you've made pretty good travel here. Talon, you recognize that you guys actually have traveled quite a distance, and you do know that the keep is probably maybe an hour or two furthermore in travel, which would put you right about nighttime or very close to dusk at that point.
All right, I relay that to the group. Do we want to camp here this evening and hit it tomorrow?
Are we in the marsh, or are we just on the edge?
You're kind of skirting the edge, to be honest with you. So the marsh is probably a half a mile to the south. That you're kind of the road kind of goes along the edge of the marsh.
Have we seen any travelers in this area?
So on this road that goes down here, you really haven't. When you kind of made the turn off, even before that, you really only saw the mine cart. There was no other mine train. There was no other travelers. But now that you've come on this road, you notice that this road isn't quite as traveled as much. You do notice that it appears that there's footsteps of about 8 or 10 people that seem to watch this, that maybe was a patrol of some sort. But yeah, you're definitely kind of heading down a road that's not quite as traveled as the main road.
Okay, well, I didn't see anybody following us down this path, so Talon, if you want to find us a good spot to hole up for the night.
Yeah, I'll search around for a good defensible and hidden position off the road.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna, help him.
Help him
if
out?
possible.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yep.
Since we're all back together, I'm just going to go over to Snowflake and say, you don't have to wear those glasses during the day. Only in the dark you need to wear those glasses.
You could have told me that 2 weeks ago.
Well, I guess I thought you knew that, but since you didn't, I just thought I'd pass that on now.
I'll take them off, and I have these nice 2 rings around my eyes where they've been on there for 2 weeks.
The only white spot.
Yeah, right.
He looks like a nice puppy now.
So, as you guys are looking for a nice spot to stay, you do see a small, looks like an abandoned farmhouse that's way off the road, and it does have doors and windows and whatnot that are shuttered shut. Looks like it may be a good place to stay. Otherwise, you see that there's some general hills and whatnot, depending if you want to stay dry. But just then, you notice that there's a group of what looks like 6 humanoids kind of walking up the street, or walking up the road, and they immediately sort of recognize the large group that's standing on the road, and one of them comes over and he says, "Hey, you!"
Who's he pointing to?
I'm going to say no use here.
He points towards the general group, but I assume Alustin and the casters are kind of sitting there while you and Talon are out kind of searching around for a place to stay. I assume the rest of the group is there except for you two. You may be off to the side. Maybe they can't see you or something.
I guess that leaves me and Ren to...
Yeah, it does. He's like, hey.
Okay, yeah, what do you want?
We're part of Greyhawk, and there's a toll to travel this road. You can't travel this road without paying the toll. Did you pay your toll?
What part of Greyhawk are you with?
We're with the city of Greyhawk, the Greyhawkians. You ever heard of them?
Greyhawkians, huh?
Yeah.
You have anything official on you?
He kind of pats his pockets and stuff. He says, "Oh man, I think I left it at my camp, but I got to tell you what, you have to pay to use this road. This is a road of the guards keeps. They they charge for people to travel it, to keep it safe. So I need 5 silver from each of you."
No.
What? What do you mean no?
No.
What? We're part of the Greyhawki Avians and Greyhawkians, and they and we run this road.
I tell you what, think of a trick that you want my horse to do, and if he does it, we don't pay.
Think of a trick your horse wants to do.
I'm going to say we never paid any toll to ride out from Greyhawk to here, so why would we pay a toll on the way back?
Well, because it's important to support the road. Listen, and he looks to Stone. He says, "Wow, you guys you're really hairy.
And you're really small."
Yeah. So,
and Snowflake's hungry too.
Yeah. Well, I think that
What if we have our bard sing you a song?
Sure. Who's your bard? You have a bard?
I'm not a bard, but I'm really famous.
You are?
Have you heard of that Admiral Teapot single that's pretty hot?
Can't say I have.
You haven't?
No.
I break out into my rendition.
Nice. Ooh.
Whoops, I got to change my name.
Yeah.
Hey, Talon, is that like the alarm?
Yeah, it's a okay addition. Definitely not your best. Probably the travel on the road has really sort of thrown you off, and there's still a little tomato inside your loot that you didn't quite clear out. Little tomato seed.
Oops.
He kind of looks and he says, "Yeah, I think we're okay. I think that you guys can travel the road, but when we see you come back, you have to pay the toll. You understand?"
No.
And I hope you're going to get to your destination tonight. The nights can be pretty dangerous out here.
I'm hoping that if we're on our way back and you want us to pay a toll, that you can come up with some better ID than saying you're a Greyhawkian.
Yeah. We'll get it from our camp.
Like maybe some uniforms or something that might identify you as part of the watch or something.
Okay.
You know.
Where's your camp?
There's a lot more of us there. There's about 50 people there, just so you know.
Oh, I'd expect that from a gray Hawkian.
Yeah, I mean we're working the road, and we got to make sure that the tolls are paid. As you can imagine, there's a lot of mine carts that go through here that they have to pay their weight.
Oh, what about brigands? You don't have any brigands around here? Any highwaymen?
I think
pinching people's pockets.
it was great to meet you all, and I wish you safe travels, and we'll see you later. And they start to kind of start walking back the other way. Stay safe. We'll see you.
Not if we see you first.
And you notice they start in a kind of a trot, running in the opposite direction.
I can just hear that conversation when he gets back to the group. They're not very bright, but they look really big.
Me too. So would you guys
Except
like?
for the horse, he looks really smart.
Right. So, Haleth and Talon, where would you guys like for the group to stay at? You want the farmhouse? Or you want someplace else that seems better to you?
Yeah.
Let's
Well,
put a
down
fire in the
for-
farmhouse, like smoke coming up through the roof, and then we can set camp up away from it and see if these morons come back.
Or you could just set the house on fire.
No,
That's where I thought it was going.
that would
That's
that
what me
would
too.
be an ambush then, would it?
Talon just finds a better defensible spot,
Sounds good.
just off the way.
Yeah, so when you do that, you kind of find a spot where you guys are able to find a place to hole up at and to set up camp real quick. And you guys are kind of set up for the night.
Can we
Yeah.
have left the lanterns? I would have, put them someplace safe.
Yeah, sure.
So if Snowflake has his chest or something like that, maybe put it someplace safe.
Okay, sounds great.
I can
I mean-
put anything in the chest I've got in the mine house basement if you want. It's safe. I've got it alarmed.
Well, I know that we're supposed to go to the Whispering Cairn, but we're going in the opposite direction. We're going to have to come back through town anyway.
Oh, those. Yeah, I can take care of those.
So Snowflake, they hand you 7 lanterns that you recognize are from the Whispering Cairn.
And the green one has an everlasting flame.
Yep, is lit.
Okay. And I put them in the basement.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thanks, Snowflake.
What did you do to my monkey?
Is it raining?
I didn't do nothing to your monkey.
It is kind of raining now. It's sort of a misty rain.
I did start a fire in the fireplace in that cabin.
Excellent. When you walk into the cabin, you notice that this is a what looks like a common traveler house, which means that it's there for people to take refuge in that travels through. You see that the beds are barren. There's just sort of slats that are there. You notice that there's a kind of a cooking fireplace that's there, which is pretty much devoid of anything except for some wood. You do see some supplies that are kind of stashed aside. It looks like everybody kind of leaves something when they come in or whatnot. But otherwise, you don't find anything else in there that seems of value.
I'm not really looking for that. Just going to start the fire and make sure the draft is going up through the smokestack, and then
It
I
is.
head back to our camp.
Yep. Yeah. So there's a fairly good fire in there. Not something overwhelming, but enough to keep it burning for several hours. Watches are going to be the same watches as always, I assume.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my horse to wake me if it sees anything, because I think it's fey, so it doesn't. I don't know if it sleeps or trances or what.
I haven't really looked into it, so all right, but that sounds good. So as you guys kind of continue through the night, so on the middle watch, which would be Merrick and Haleth, you guys are kind of sitting there around a small little fire that's well blocked, kind of just giving off some heat off these hot coals, not really pushing off any light at all. You see there's a group of what looks like short humanoids that are kind of walking slowly up to the house. You see them kind of walking. They seem to have a small mule behind them that they're kind of pulling, and that mule is carrying has several bags and sort of chests that are hanging off the edge. And they kind of walk over and they sort of lasso their mule to the fence post up in the front, and then you see they sort of start walking into the building itself. And you see there's 4 of them actually. I don't know how many I said, but there's 4 of them. And they kind of open up the door, and you kind of hear in common one of them yells, "Hello, anybody here? Hello?" And then they kind of walk in and they close the door.
They weren't trying to be stealthy or anything.
Oh,
They
no.
just
Nope.
right.
Maybe we should warn them. Nah, we'll just watch.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on it. If it looks like the bandits like make a run for them or anything, we can
Come over to help.
we'll run over to help.
Gotcha. So you notice after a few minutes that the smoke kicks up out of the chimney quite a bit, and you see one of them kind of opens up the window. And as he does, you notice that he's got very long braids, and his beard is really long, and you immediately recognize him as a dwarf. And he kind of kicks it open. He goes, "So stuffy in here," and kind of goes back in. And now the window's open. You can see there's some light in there, and occasionally you can hear a little bit of laughing from inside. General chatter, which sounds to be dwarvish in nature, and but it's difficult from this distance to really tell what's being said. So, and nobody speaks dwarvish, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, they're dwarves. We're gonna have to murder them then. No, I'm not even going to bother with them. I'll just keep an eye out to watch for any bandits or anything that go up there or towards us.
Okay. Towards the end of your watch, you notice they continue to kind of chat and mumble amongst themselves. Sounds like they're probably cooking dinner and just kind of unwinding while they're inside, and not much is said. The next 2 do wake up, which would be Snowflake and Ren if you're going to wake them.
Yeah, Rin, I'll just point out, there's some dwarves in there, so.
Oh, okay. Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
No,
Oh, all right.
I wasn't going to mess with them because they didn't seem to be, doing anything.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out, and if the bandits come after them, I'll wake everybody.
Can't Allison speak?
He's sound asleep. He's like snoring.
Oh wait, did you guys wake me up or not?
We woke Snowflake and Ren up.
Okay.
So you guys make it through your watch after about an hour or so into your watch. So this is a couple hours after they've arrived. You notice that they close the window to the outside. As they do, they open up the door. They go outside. They unlasso the mule from the post there, and then they head back to the road. And you notice that they start moving back towards the northeast, heading towards the road, and slowly disappear from your sight.
Okay.
When the morning arrives, you guys are there's no other further encounters throughout the night. You guys notice that the sky is kind of got this misty rain this rain that's coming down, but there's a large fog bank or mist that's kind of coming out of the area of where you think that the swamp would be. It does cause an obscuring of your vision. It's very difficult to see. However, with that mist,
I put my glasses on.
Nice. So you put your glasses on, and it's still difficult to see. And there's a smell of what smells like wood burning. You're not sure if that's coming from your fire or from the other place, but there's sort of that burnt wood smell in the air.
I'm gonna say, does that seem odd to anybody else that we've got rain falling and there's burning wood somewhere? Like enough to carry it on the air?
Oh yeah, enough to carry it in the air.
So that seems pretty odd to me.
We can't tell the direction it's coming from.
It's difficult. There's not really a wind. It may be with the mist and the fog bank that's kind of come in. That being said, you don't know if it's coming from the north or the south. It's really kind of hard.
Sure doesn't seem strange to me.
Well, I guess we carry on.
Seems normal to me.
It's a normal smell. So as you guys continue through the to kind of pack up.
Are we in the same order as yesterday?
I'm not sure.
I think with Ren and Talon up front, I'll ride closer to the other bunch just in case we get ambushed.
Sounds good. Alustin says, man, I wish we would have slept inside. My back's killing me. I'm not used to, roughing it like this. I'm getting soft in my age. What do you think, Spaz?
Think about what?
Snowflake, what do you think?
I think it stinks down here.
You're right. It has a weird smell, doesn't it?
Do you think it's odd that we've got rain and we can smell burning wood?
It does seem weird, doesn't it?
I don't think that's the smell of wood. I think there's a battle or something somewhere close.
You think?
I thought it just smelled like wood, like burning
Not
wood.
me.
After he says that, Merrick, you do get that smell of almost that battlefield type of smell that can be there. As he kind of mentions that, it does have that subtle scent to it.
Okay, so I'm starting to recognize the smell now.
Yeah.
And it's making me nervous.
Yeah. Difficult to identify which location it's coming from, but definitely smell the smell of battle.
I'm thinking perhaps we shouldn't be so spread out today as we were yesterday. But maybe we should be. Who knows? It could be a fireballing guy. Who knows?
Can you tell how far out it is?
So, Talon, you recognize, this isn't anywhere close, but it's probably, from the faint smell of it, a couple hours away, maybe.
In the direction of the fort?
Could be. It's tough to say. Somewhere within the 2-mile radius of where you're at right now.
Well, we better head on to the fort.
So you guys kind of continue along the path, and as somebody had mentioned, Fireball, Lustin looks to Snowflake. He says, "I can cast that spell. Can you cast Fireball?"
No, why would I want fire? It's hot enough.
Good point. I can cast Ice Storm. Can you cast that spell?
I can cast Avalanche.
I can't cast that spell. That's a good spell, though. I like that. Maybe you can teach it to me.
It takes a long time to learn spells.
Yeah. Maybe I can look at your book again.
No.
Spaz, can I look in your book? I wonder if Spaz has a book.
I don't think sorcerers do.
Interesting. So as you guys kind of continue down the trail, I'm assuming the marching order is the same as before, just a little bit closer this time?
Yes.
Alrighty. As you kind of continue along, you do notice the smell does get significantly more stronger as you're walking down the trail. You do now see sort of this, even though the clouds are there, the rain has now stopped, making the ground kind of muddy, but the clouds have sort of that darker than normal grayish color to them, almost black, as if something had been burning. You do hear kind of the occasional sound, or the lack of sounds of animals and wildlife, which immediately recognizes to you that something is amiss in the area. It becomes quite hilly here. You do see that there's several large hills that kind of go up and down over the landscape and kind of brush all along the mist marsh there, and you do see some hills in the mist marsh as well.
The dwarves didn't head in this direction, right? They were going the other way.
They were going the opposite way, yep. Now that the rain is gone, you now start to sort of get that buzzing fly sound, kind of gnats buzzing at your ears and kind of coming up along and whatnot. And, oh, that's really loud. That's not exactly what I wanted. And you do hear the sound of what sounds like occasional sort of howls, yelling, things like that, and they definitely seem to be coming from the south. You do see what appears to be a tiny little stone structure kind of sitting at top of a hill. Seems to be about a half a mile or so away. You do see there's smoke and whatnot kind of rising up from the areas around it.
But we just don't see anybody yet. But we
Right.
hear all of this.
Correct.
What do you think, American Ren?
How far from the fort are we now?
You're probably about a half a mile. You can see it.
I think we should probably get there pretty quick.
Yeah, let's push on to the fort.
So as you follow the road, it kind of follows along a cliffside and kind of comes from going from the south to southwest, kind of immediately goes south, and then you see that it wraps towards the east around a cliff, and then it kind of goes up towards this this large keep of sorts. As you get a little bit closer, you notice that it appears to be between 3 and 4 feet, 4 stories high. It's made of all stone. It's square in nature, and it literally sits on the precipice of this large hill. You do notice also surrounding it now is you see there's several barbed spikes or timber that have been sort of pushed into the ground, kind of going down to prevent people from advancing up the hill. And you do see there's some smoke that's kind of burning in various areas there, and it's hill's almost completely devoid of any trees for the most part. You also see what appears to be several bodies that are sort of laying around the keep itself, and you see some dead horses outside of the corral.
You want to stop here and let me let Talon and I go up and take a look? Lunch.
Sure.
Hey, sure you want me coming along?
No, you stay here and protect the group. Because you're our leader.
But Talon needs help, I think.
Who's going to protect Talon if he stays here?
Talon?
I throw a tomato.
Lustin, oh, nice dodge. Lustin kind of, he looks and he says, what do you think's going on?
Who's he talking to?
He's talking to you, Spaz.
I don't know. I think they're sneaking up.
And then he turns and looks at Snowflake. He's like, what do you think's going on, Snowflake?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right. So Haleth and Merrick are sneaking up?
No, Talon.
Oh, Talon. My apologies. Sorry. Go ahead and give me, yeah, thank you.
I am not sneaky enough.
Gotcha. So you guys are able to kind of sneak around, and as you do see exactly kind of what I had described to you. And you do notice that as you're kind of walking, the horses are, probably about 200 feet up the hill, and you notice that the path kind of winds sort of around the base of the hill and then kind of comes up sort of in switchbacks. And so it's quite a ways up there. You do recognize also, as you're kind of looking up the hill, you see kind of along the balcony that's there, as well as on the roof, you see several human guards that are kind of looking down, and they have either crossbows or bows, some sort of armed weapon that's kind of looking out. But you only see like 3 or 4 on each side, and they do definitely appear to be sort of in the guarded position, kind of watching. And then as you kind of look a little bit farther, you see several sort of what looks like lizard type men kind of hiding behind a rock precipice that is between them and the rock precipice, and then the tower itself, kind of cowering underneath there. They're kind of talking back and forth, and then you even see one lizard folk there eating one of the horses that's outside the corral that's kind of being blocked by the stables themselves. And they look kind of like that.
How many in total do we see? I'm sorry.
So I didn't really give you a number. At least from this side, as you're looking kind of towards the to the north and to the east, you see looks like about 34 lizard folk. They're kind of spread out in various pockets, 4 or 5 of them together, kind of spread up along the hill, all looking as if they're waiting to sort of, maybe they're sieging the castle there.
All right. Does it look, or from my vantage point, can I see anybody that looks like they might be leading this group?
You do. You see a couple people that may be leading the group. So you see one who is kind of off to the side. He has what looks like a large trident that he's carrying with him. And then you see another one who is doesn't really have any weapons, but seems to have sort of pouches and whatnot. And everybody sort of seems to be congregating between the two of those.
Okay, I'll try to make my way back over to wherever Talon is, because I'm assuming that we kind of spread out a bit.
Yeah, you guys are spread out. The keep is made of black stone, kind of like I talked about, and you can see it on the picture there. There are wooden stakes kind of spread out all over the place. And you notice that they all have, weapons, the lizard folk, except for that one that I discussed.
Talon, I know we're pretty, badass. We're the Magnificent Seven, but I don't know that we can take these on head to head.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Let's head back to the group see if Alestra knows another way in.
Yeah, let's do that.
So you guys head back to the group. You guys see them kind of coming up from the outskirts there.
So there's like 30 some odd lizard folk around there sieging the castle. I don't think we can just walk up to the front door.
And they're eating the horses.
They're what?
And they didn't invite you to dinner, Snowflake.
I knew it was a bad idea to buy horses.
I thought it was well planning on your part. Fresh food when we need it.
Exactly,
Alaskan.
emergency rations.
Do you know some sort of secret entrance or back entrance into this fort?
Listen, said you said 30 some lizard folk?
I counted roughly 30, and one person that looked like carrying a trident looked pretty tough, and somebody who was possibly a magic user.
The garrison only has 30 some soldiers in there. Could you see any soldiers at all?
Not from my vantage point where I was hidden.
Do you think they're already overrun?
Couldn't tell. It looked like they were dug in.
Yeah, it looked like all the lizard folk were on the outside of the keep, so... Do you know of another way in?
There's no other way in. At least not that I know of. I haven't been here in years. But normally, the garrison and the guards, they typically build, an exit route, but none that I know of.
Can we do some sort of halo jump?
That would be cool. Maybe a distraction or something, do you think?
Yeah, we could send Snowflake up there.
I
We're
can
good
do
at
it.
distractions.
And Spaz.
I start riding off on my horse.
All right.
Maybe we should do a hi-ho jump.
Wait, Snowflake, stop!
I got my horse going as fast as I can get him to go.
All right, so Snowflake takes off.
I'll hop on Angus and go after him.
All right, gotcha. Why don't you both give me animal handling checks and let's see who catches who. Olesson says, is that such a good idea?
No.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a bad idea too. Wow. So Ren, you're able to catch him.
Oh, I can see my rolls are continuing.
They are. They're nonstop.
I'm surprised I even stayed on the damn thing.
Talon barely found it afterwards. He rolled a 2, so
Warming those dice up.
I know. I don't blame you. So they finally catch up to you, Snowflake, Talon, and Ren. Didn't take too long.
Snowflake, hold up. We don't have a plan yet.
I thought I was going to distract him while you guys went.
No, we haven't planned out the rest of the plan yet. You gotta wait.
Okay.
Do any of your spellcasters have anything we can use against these guys?
I've got Fireball.
That's still a lot of guys.
I got Avalanche.
So there's 30 of them.
I've got 2
About-
Fireballs.
I would say, I don't think, there's 7 of us. I don't know that we can take them, like, in a straight-up fight.
There's 9 of us. We got Donkey and Angus.
So just so you know, you guys are in the bottom left corner of that map.
Oh, I see us.
There's the lizard folk you can see.
You heard what he said, that we can see.
Would you guys be able to hit them without them knowing where we're at?
Well, I could probably sneak up and take a couple out before they were able to find me, but
Yeah, we'd need to get them a lot more bunched up than that to get them good, but
Well, maybe one of you guys like run out there in the middle of them and call them all over in one big group, and then I'll fireball them.
How high are the walls?
So the entire keep is about 50 feet high. The balcony around the edge that you can see there, that is approximately 10 feet high. You do see a solitary door at the bottom and the first floor, and that would be on the southern part of the keep, right where that road goes towards. The door is shut. Yep.
Maybe we can get the corral guys taken out first, and it'll buy us time for the other ones. They'd have to move over to us.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
That's the corral guys over there,
That
to
is.
the west.
Yep.
Yeah.
You did say that they like eating horse, so maybe we just take a horse and throw it out there, and they'll gather around to eat it.
Well, they're already eating.
we
horses.
could use a Fey horse that could disappear and come back another time.
Not Angus.
It's not like he's gonna die.
Lustin says, I think we need more troops. You see him kind of rifling through his bag.
Keep troops in your bag?
Maybe a Horn of Valhalla.
He pulls out a scroll. Says, damn. I was hoping to keep this for
Summon
something.
army, awesome spell.
I thought I'd keep this for something important, but I guess I need to use it now. He's like,
What is it?
he says, it's a teleport spell.
So you could have teleported us right in there.
It's only for emergencies, and I think that probably what's more important is for me to get back and get the garrison. I'll let Commander Trask know that that things are pretty bad out here, and we'll get the troops out immediately. That way they can reinforce and protect. Don't you think?
All right, didn't it take us over a day to get here?
Yeah, but you know, it looks pretty well defended, and you guys can cover it, right?
You should probably keep your emergency flasks or your emergency scrolls in like a glass flask, and then you can protect them from the rain.
Maybe you could teleport us into the castle.
Hey, but once we're in there, then we're trapped, right? I mean, how much? I could. If that's
Isn't
what
there
you wanna
somebody
do.
in there you're supposed to talk to?
Yeah, but I mean, you guys, they're gonna kill us all. They're gonna eat us. Look, they're eating the horses.
I thought you said you have done some adventuring before.
It's been a long time. I'm a little nervous, and maybe I didn't do as much venturing as you guys. I mean, I didn't really like it. I didn't like camping outside and laying on the hard ground and stuff like that. I mean, I like to adventure and I like to check things out, but you know.
I'm fine with him heading back if he's got to head back.
I guess I could teleport you guys in there if you wanted. I'll have to travel by myself home, but I guess that's okay. Talon, as you're kind of sneaking through the trees there and whatnot, as you kind of cross from one to the other, you all of a sudden hear a human voice say, "Hey, you over here! Come on, help us out!" And you see some of the guards are like waving their hands at you. They're like, "Hey, we need help! Help us! We're trapped!"
From the tower?
Yeah, from the tower. It's like bellowing.
Apparently I did not
No,
stealth
you didn't
well.
stealth well at all, actually. And they're like, you're yelling, hey, come here, over here, help us.
Oh, shit.
And now you see several guards are kind of standing along the edge, and they're all kind of waving their hands up in the air, trying to get your attention, and sort of jumping up and down. The lizard folk don't seem to be too bothered at this point. It sounds like they're used to people screaming and whatnot, or maybe they don't understand the language.
And what time of day are we? We're in the morning.
Yeah, you're in the morning. It's cloudy though, which helps, and obviously there's smoke kind of all in the air. So it's there's definitely some shadows that are here and there, but there's definitely some open land that isn't dim lit.
Merrick, what do you think? Send Alestrin back to get the garrison, or teleport us in?
How best can we help these guys? By breaking the siege or by becoming part of the siege? And it's a tough one. I think we should try to break the siege.
And you think a frontal assault?
Yeah, but to do that,
maybe
we
in
need
parts.
to know what they're willing to do and what they have the ability to do. I mean, if we sit out here and start plinking away at these guys, but the soldiers in the castle aren't lending us any support, then we're going to get overrun.
But if we go inside and become part of the siege, then we're just no better off than they are.
What if we try and fight close to the castle so they can help? If we can make it up there.
Well, with arrows, they should be almost able to hit me from where I am, so they should be able to cover this entire ground with a longbow.
Well, we don't know how long the siege has been going on. They might be pretty low on resources.
Can I get any indication of how old the horses are?
The horses that are dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's literally maybe a few hours. The attack probably occurred at night, from what it looks like. And you do see, even now that you're close, you do see there's some dead guards that are kind of outside the door itself. Some dead soldiers that you can see, bodies that have sort of been pushed up along the sides of the door. You don't see any stacked up against the door there, but there's definitely dead bodies outside there. There's dead lizard folk too. I mean, there's dead lizard folk all throughout there.
Are the soldiers doing anything, or are they just standing there?
They're just kind of standing there. You see a lot of them have their arrows cocked as if ready to shoot at something if it was to peek its head out. You do notice that the lizard folk have a great sort of vantage. They're actually crossbows that they have, but they have a great vantage point where they're able to hide and obscure their vision. You see occasionally, one may peek its head out, and you see the soldier kind of bring his crossbow up, but he seems hesitant to fire. And then the lizard folk kind of goes back underneath the rock outcropping.
All right, I'll move back and let the party know that it looks like this battle just occurred earlier today or last night. Those horses are pretty fresh kills, and there's a number of soldiers and lizard folk laying around that don't look all too old either. There are soldiers up on the wall. Looks like they got crossbows, and the lizard folk are kind of hunkered down behind cover.
Well, maybe we should send Alliston back to get the garrison.
Yeah, he doesn't seem... I don't know if he'd be much help for us.
Lustin kind of pulls out the scroll and he says, "You will not be forgotten." No, I'm just kidding. Pulls out the scroll and starts to...
Bye, bitches, I'm out.
yeah, peace.
Suckers.
Right? And he says, I'll have Commander Trask bring his full garrison out. Well, almost all of it. And we'll be here and as soon as we can. He says, "Oh, and do take care of my horse and my pony, please." never mind.
No problem.
He's like, never mind, and he kind of holds his horse and he leaves the pony there for you.
He teleports his horse out and his pony, or just...
Just his horse, not the pony. He leaves the pony with all the supplies. And as he teleports out and shimmers away, he sort of waves sort of sadly at you all. See you soon. Be careful. I'll be back in a day or two. Blink.
A day, hopefully.
And he's gone. Alright, now there's 6 of the Magnificent 7.
We're back to the right group anyway.
With Donkey, of course.
There is only 6 of them at the stables that we can see, I guess.
Where was the guy with the trident and the magic user the last time that I saw them?
They're on the eastern flank. Kind of 2 separate groups. One's on the north side, one's on the south side. Yep. Kushak is the one with the trident, and the unarmed lizard folk is the other one.
So what are we doing? We're going to pick some off, or are we going to hold up, hide, and wait?
Well, I would suggest... I mean, I don't know much about lizard folk, but I always think that, you know, we attack the magic user first. No offense, Snowflake.
Nothing taken, it makes sense. They're the most powerful.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if he's over on the eastern flank, isn't he going to be... He's going to be surrounded by more guys.
That's going to be hard to get to as well.
You do
If we
recognize
attack-
that there's a lot of cliffs there, yeah.
If we attack the guys over on the western flank, we can probably, at least the archers, the ones of us who have ranged attacks, can probably get pretty close to knocking those guys down before they get to us. And then that next group to the south might try coming at us at that point. I don't know.
And that's quite a ways to communicate, right? But they're separated by quite a bit. Their intercommunication's got to be tough.
So do we try to take them out in... like, in groups? Like, try to go up this path and target the ones at the stables first?
Is it
Yeah.
difficult terrain
Yeah.
for them to get
I say the
through
same.
part of that?
Here's-
Yeah, you can
Is it-
lob. You long guys can lob arrows at them from there, and your magic users who have long range can do stuff. And us short range guys can lay an ambush up by the road. I think that might work.
Can the group in the directly in front of the door see the road that would be ridden up to get to the guys at the stable?
They can see the first part of that road, probably. So they can probably see kind of where it comes up through the cliff on the initial pass. But then after that, yeah, right there. But after that, they would not be able to see the rest of the road.
I'm just wondering if we could just ride hard and fast up the road to the stables. It's not going to be easy for the other ones to get over there to it, right?
Why would we want to go right up to them when we can pick quite a few of them off before they can even get to us?
My spells can't reach that far.
Well, then you'll just have to wait.
Okay,
Or throw some rocks at them or whatever. I mean, who's got? So myself, Haleth, Ren. Don't you have an arrow, a bow?
I do, but I'm not very good with it.
And Merrick,
I have a heavy crossbow.
heavy crossbow. Okay. And Spaz, you've got ranged.
150 for fireball, 120 for firebolt.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to fire off a fireball right off the bat, because that'll just alarm everybody. I think if we... I mean, I think if we can keep that stable section quiet, if we could somehow pick off those 6 guys before they were able to set up an alarm, or... Anyway, we've got no way to communicate with those soldiers, right?
No.
Nobody has any kind of message spell or anything like that.
I have an ape.
If we got down in this area is where you're talking about, correct?
Something like that.
I mean, I could possibly cast... Let me check the range. I could
You
do
have-
a minor... My minor illusion only goes 30 feet. I was going to say I could make the sound of a winnowing horse or something, like it was dying or something like that might attract 1 or 2 coming down to see it. But that's
what I
only
was
30
thinking
foot.
is if we could somehow coordinate with the soldiers, that when we start picking off on those lizard folk that are next to the stable, have the soldiers start putting volleys down onto the lizard folk to the south. That way the lizard folk to the south are kind of occupied with keeping their heads down, kind of like a suppressive fire type of thing, where they're keeping their heads down and they're not quite paying attention that their buddies up to the west are getting slaughtered.
Did you guys check, see anything north of the keep?
I didn't. Does anybody have a longbow?
I do.
I do.
You think you could get close enough to like write something on a piece of parchment and shoot it up into the keep?
Yeah, I could do that from damn near right here.
Try not to hit the soldier, maybe?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be able to see him anyway. He would be down in, I was just trying to get a range.
She's behind the
I
parapet.
know, I was just being silly.
Yeah. So I'll should we write up a note and we'll write on it. Does that sound like an acceptable plan? What I mentioned?
Yep. My range is 100 feet with my crossbow.
I think it's, 400 though with disadvantage, right?
Yeah, that's the max. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm looking at 320 of max.
Yeah, I got 600, so I'm good.
I don't know if does the map? Yeah, I guess the map is probably that long.
All right, so I write up a short note that says we're going to assault the lizards to the west of the keep over by the stables. When we assault those lizards, lay down fire onto the lizards to the south to draw their attention to you, hopefully keeping them from joining the fight to the west.
Okay.
And then I'll fire that up there.
All right. Sounds good. Make sure you don't roll like a double one. Ah!
Well, technically that was a double one, but
So you fire a shot up there, and it kind of hits the side of the tower and falls down onto the balcony side. And you see a bunch of guys kind of run over and are kind of looking around because they saw it kind of arching way up and over with the big arc on it. After about 10 minutes or so, you see one of the guards stands at the edge with his crossbow, and he fires a shot in your direction. And he does a pretty good job. You see it kind of bounce across the dirt and over the road, and on it you also see there's a small note that's kind of tied to a string at the end of the barb.
All right, I'll sneak up there and try to grab it.
All right. So as you kind of go up to get it, you do see that there's a note that's written there, and it says, "Understood. Attacking from the west. We'll lay down fire to the south. Ropes will be extended off the side of the west wall for you to climb up. Glad you're here."
Oh, well, that's unexpected, huh? All right, so I let the party know that.
Okay.
Which side? I'm sorry.
They're gonna drop ropes down on the west side
Okay.
of the keep once we take out those guards, or as soon as we can get up to that wall, I guess.
I don't know why I heard east. It's like,
Oh, I meant
no.
west. Sorry, west wall.
I may have heard wrong.
Can we climb up this, or
Of course.
it's just difficult?
Yeah. What would you like to do with your horses?
I paid 60 gold for this horse. I would rather not have him die.
Mine teleported back with the Lustin.
I love it.
Can we put him in the bushes over here? Try to, like, conceal them?
I can keep him if you want.
What do you mean?
Well, I could keep him back here, and once crap hits the fan, I could then bring him up to you.
But the horses can't climb the ropes.
And they're
That's a
riding,
good point.
they're riding horses too. They're not war horses, so.
Yeah, so we should just sort of. I guess we're going to have to kind of set them free, because if the lizard folk come after them, and they're tied up, they'll be dead anyways.
I'll just take about 10 minutes or so and walk to the southwest and see if I can find a little glade that's kind of hidden someplace, out of sight for
Sure.
them.
Yeah, so Talon, you spend a little bit more than 10. It's probably about 15, 20 minutes, but you find a really nice secluded area. It's about a quarter of a mile off the trail here, but it is surrounded by kind of trees and appears pretty pristine. You don't see any footsteps of lizard folk or anything like that have been around the area, and you feel that it's very well covered for the horses, so that likely they wouldn't be known that they were there.
All right. And then I'll come back, grab my horse, and then tell everybody what my plan is and what I found.
Okay, let's go take them.
So you guys take all the horses over there. I assume that Ren, you're keeping your steed though.
Yeah, I'm keeping Angus. I'll ride into combat.
Okay.
Once they attack, I'll ride in.
Okay, gotcha. So after they're over the hill and they start the attack, then you're going to ride in.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can't leave Angus.
gotcha.
I'm going to scale up this wall.
You all can kind of scale that fairly easily. There are large cracks and crevices, just as long as you're taking your time and you can get up there.
Can I prep somewhere where they can't see me?
You
Like,
can. So you can be anywhere along the southern wall that you want to be. If you want to go past the road and up, then I would need a stealth check. But if you're underneath the rock wall where you're at here on the south of that, you should be okay. As the group comes up on the west, you do see that the lizard folk are now kind of hiding along the side of that corral that's there. The door's open, and inside you see, it's just a corral. You don't see anything else really in there. You see several of them are sort of peering around the edge, and every time they do, you see one of the soldiers has got kind of a crossbow pointing at them. And you do recognize that one of them's kind of, the one farthest to the north is sort of sitting down almost underneath the carcass of the horse. He's kind of chewing on the back of its neck, using it as cover.
taking fire and having a snack. All right, I'll kind of get down behind some rocks here, get some good cover, and target up on one of the lizard folk and wait for my teammates to kind of get into their positions.
Okay. You guys kind of climb up onto those rocks there. Yeah.
Oh,
Might as well do
what the
initiative.
fuck?
Yeah.
That is like the worst initiative I've rolled this game.
Yeah, that too.
This is what I was born for.
Can I take a mulligan?
You have inspiration, so you're
Oh, I
more than
got
welcome
inspiration.
to. If you want to, you can.
But it will cost you a smile.
I am. I'm
All
gonna
right.
use my
Okay,
inspiration.
sounds good. Go ahead. And that's not the group inspiration. That was his own inspiration.
It will cost you a smile to do it, buddy.
All right, and then Ren. So you're going to wait until combat starts, and then you're going to charge up the hill.
Yeah.
And then there are some wooden spiked palisades that are there that are kind of pointing to the south. Difficult terrain to get. Yep, right all in there. Difficult to get through. Difficult terrain to get through. But that being said, you definitely can charge through them if you want to. All right. And then I assume it would be, if you were doing a full action for move and move, it would be 120 feet that you could move.
Where the hell's my token
Sounds
at?
good.
What do you mean? It's a small map.
I moved it up here on the hill. Now it's not there.
Here, I'll drag your token on for you.
I rolled a 4 inspiration on purpose because I was waiting. It's part of my role-playing plan.
I put you between Talon and Haleth.
That was right up there.
Yeah, you're weird.
You visited me.
I don't think I did. It's still there, buddy.
So I'm going to wait till Talon shoots, then I'll step out and get a little closer and shoot at one of them.
All right, sounds good.
All right, so I just make sure everybody's ready, and then once they're ready, I go ahead and start taking some shots.
Whenever you guys are, is everybody ready?
You said
Yep.
no loud spells, right?
Yeah, I try to keep it quiet.
All right.
So you take a shot. Nice hit.
Oh yeah, damn it. Hunter's mark.
All right.
And then I'll take a second shot at him.
Okay. Nice.
Darn it. I was hoping to be able to drop this guy. And then I'll take my my Dread Ambusher shot.
Okay.
Ah, still not. This might be more difficult than we thought.
So after the first arrows are shot, choo, 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 you suddenly see the soldiers up at the top start kind of yelling down to the south and sort of almost as if taunting the lizard folk. Snowflake.
So is it difficult terrain where we're at there?
Any sort of rocks or difficult terrain?
Do I think I could make it to right in here?
10, 20, 30. You could as a full action.
Okay, I'm going to bonus action Misty Step.
Oh, okay.
Or sorry, bonus action Expeditious Retreat.
Okay, sounds good. Misty
Giving
Step.
myself, I can use the dash action as a bonus action and on the turn that I cast it.
Okay.
So I'll move to there.
All right. Such a-
Trying to stay hidden because I've been watching how they do it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is kind of a cliff. They're 2 levels above you guys. So. Even though I know I'm allowing you guys to take shots from there, but yeah, they're 2 levels above you. All right.
And then I will hit him with a ray of frost.
Okay. Yeah, that's 50 feet. So you fire a ray of frost and it hits. Nice. And so you immediately see his back turns all white and he kind of falls down to the ground.
I hope that Talon was watching that.
He was, I think.
Nah,
he just took a
I
bunch of
missed
shots.
it.
Oh,
I wasn't paying attention.
spaz.
I think I can move up that far.
Yep.
And, yep, hypnotic pattern.
All right, nice. Let's see how they do. 3 out of the 5 failed. Nice.
I'm like, now you're going to just get the other ones.
All right. Merrick.
Since the guy that I was going to shoot at died, take my full, as
Thanks,
much
Spaz.
movement as I can get.
All right, gotcha. It'd be kind of difficult moving up through those rocks there, so.
Hide behind that rock.
Gotcha. All right. You just scroll through. This one's incapacitated. Haleth.
Okay, the one that I can see is gone.
To kind of run up as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my action to dash and then my bonus action to dash.
All right.
So that's my action. Because it's like difficult terrain going through there, right?
That's correct. Yep.
I'm still moving.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, none of that is difficult terrain.
So that's 70 feet that I can go in a dash, right?
Yep.
Hold there.
Yep, I'll wait. Is that where you're going to stay? Is it right there?
I had to scroll back out the map.
No, no worries. I know it's a huge map.
And that's still behind some rocks, right?
Yep, it sure is. Yep.
Alright, I'll stay there.
Okay.
It's like at the bottom of the cliff.
Yep, it is. Alright, he's incapacitated. Let's see, where the heck is this guy? Alright, I see him. So he sees his buddy kind of falls over the edge, and he kind of looks around as a bunch of his friends are just sort of like staring at this pattern. He immediately takes what looks like a javelin and throws it up towards one of the soldiers that's up towards the top, and he misses. And is this one incapacitated? Yep, it is. It looks like it's going to be down all the way to... I missed one. Nope. Yeah, I missed one. That's all right. He's going to do the same. He's going to throw a javelin up as well. And then it's going to be Ren's turn. Way down at the bottom, Ren. Full out dash.
Yeah, I'm full out dash. I think that takes me right to the edge of the,
Yep. To the spikes.
yeah, the spikes.
No problem. Talon.
All right. I will move up a couple feet so that I can get in range.
Yep.
And then I'll take 2 shots at that lizard. I'll move my hunter's mark to him.
Nice, that's a hit.
And then I'll duck down behind these rocks.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and climb up another 10 feet, 5 feet right there,
Okay.
and I will try and hit him with a ray of frost as well.
Okay, sounds good. So as you kind of turn around to do that, you see him kind of point down. Nice shot. Points towards Talon's direction, and he goes to say something. Nice. And he kind of yells out as he's pointing. Then he sees that ray of frost kind of hits him, and he immediately looks towards you. Baz.
I'll move up there.
Alrighty.
Spend a sorcery point. I'm going to twin firebolt.
Okay. Oh, one hits, one fails. Oh.
Massive damage.
Yeah, that sucks. Alright, better than nothing. So you see the guards continue to kind of yell and are kind of laying down almost like a kind of a suppressing bolt fire onto the south side of that hill. Merrick.
Okay. I think which is with the
Yep.
terrain is my full movement.
Alright.
And then just gonna wait here. I'll hold my crossbow ready,
Okay.
and if somebody makes a move to attack Snowflake, I'll shoot him.
Alright, sounds good.
Range on that guy, but I don't know if he's incapacitated or not.
Which one are you looking at?
I don't think that one is.
No, I don't think it is either.
I'll take 2 shots at him then.
Alright. Nice. So you hit. Nice job. And so as you pummel him with a couple of crossbow bolts as well, you hear he starts yelling at the other one who was hit previously. Something in Draconic.
He yelled that to the other guy.
Yeah, he yelled it to the other one, the one that you hit with the frostbite.
Stop the guy on the southern side. He's supposed to be going to tell Kuchak.
Aelith.
You said on the southern side?
Yep.
Can I see him from where I'm at?
Yeah, you can see him. We're saying that even though I know it's kind of up a cliff, we're saying we're able to see him, so it's just easier that way. Thank you for asking.
Would I get like any kind of advantage from being way over there?
Let's see. You looking at? Sure. Yeah, we'll let you have it.
Awesome.
That's it.
I'll roll for my elven accuracy.
Nice. Alrighty.
I forget to do that.
Talon's pretty good about remembering. Nice. So you quickly take him down.
And this is still like regular, right?
Yep, all along the bottom is still regular. Yep.
And then I'll use my bonus action to hide over there.
Alright, sounds good. And then there's some wooden posts there. I know it's difficult to see on this map. Nice. Alright, so this one's incapacitated. This one. He sees that his friend was taken out. He immediately goes into a dead run, running around the building.
Hope the soldiers start to shoot at him.
We're going to right now. They'll take 3 shots from the guys that are standing there that see him running. That's 1 hit. That's not good. So 1 does hit him with the heavy crossbow for a whopping 1 damage. And Ren, you would be up next, buddy.
Does that get me out of the? So that'd be 40 movement, right?
Yep. That does get you out of it. I mean, you could run through at full speed, but your horse would probably take damage.
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
All right, that's what I figured.
So that would be 60 right there.
Yeah, just add 20 to each one, or to each measurement. It may be. That's awesome.
Is that a way up, or do I have to go around? to the
Those are all
backside?
wood too. You could go up that way if you wanted to. You just have to go through the wood. Again. You could get up that way though. There's definitely wood there that's blocking the grass path up to the top.
I'll go to right there this turn.
All right, gotcha. All right. And it's going to end up being Talon again. So Talon 1 is in a dead run heading towards the southeast. The rest are incapacitated.
Alright. I will move my hunter's mark to him.
Okay.
And then step 5 feet forward and take 2 shots at him.
All right, sounds good. Nice. All right, so quickly dispatches both of those.
And then I'll duck back down.
All righty, sounds good. Spaz, how long does that spell last? Is it 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Snowflake.
So the only ones left are the guys that are mesmerized,
Yep. And one's
but they're not
mesmerized.
mesmerized for long.
Yeah, you see one's the one by the horse is like half biting into the horse. He's just sort of staring there.
So that would be my move action plus the bonus dash.
All right. As soon as you get up there, you see some of the soldiers initially start to wave to you, and then they see you're covered in fur, and they're sort of confused. They're like waving, and then they're like not, and they're just like one's talking to the other. It's like, what is that?
And then I'm going to shoot the guy in front of me.
Okay.
I will hit him with a ray of frost as well.
Okay. He's not prone. He's just kind of like kneeling there. Nice. Spaz.
Does incapacitated give us advantage or only on melee?
No, incapacitated doesn't give you that. It just means you can't take actions, reactions, or move.
Is that what it is? Thank you. I have to look up conditions every time because I can never remember.
Alright, I will move to there. I will target old boy right there, and I will use my Tides of Chaos
Oh, wow. Throwing them all out there.
to get advantage on this attack roll.
All right. Nice.
I'll see if I can do a little better damage this time.
There you go.
Eh,
Better than 2 2s.
it's true.
The soldier takes a shot at the lizard guy as well. Wow, he hits. Merrick.
I'm going to move to... So did you get? I moved up to the bottom of the
Yep.
cliff there.
Gotcha.
and-
I wasn't sure if you were moving any farther.
No, that's as far as I can go, I think. And then I'm just going to shoot that guy.
Okay. Yeah, that was normal terrain that you walked across, just so you know. So that's kind of like the road and the path up. It's a miss. Nice, that one hits though. I like the color of your die. That's an awesome color. Okay, so these soldiers
Thank you.
again continue. You're welcome. Continue to kind of fire across the side there at the other lizard folk again, trying to keep distractions. Aelith, you are hidden.
I am.
You are.
I'm going to shoot at that one in front of Snifflake.
Yep, sounds good. Oh, snippety. Wow. Nice job.
Awesome.
That's impressive. Very impressive. All right.
Did you do enough to him there, Haywood?
I think he's dead.
I think I could have squeezed maybe 1 or 2 more points out of that.
I think his buddy's dead too.
It went right through him and hit his buddy.
Pinky's still got a little blood in it.
And I'll see if I can hide on that side.
All right. So these guys are incapacitated, so it's going to fall immediately down to down to Ren. It looks like would be the next one.
Seeing as those guys are incapacitated, I don't want to go up that side and maybe make
Yeah, I
those
gotcha.
dudes
The other
aware.
ones. Yep. We can continue along the road. I'm just going to advance the turn while you're moving.
Yeah.
by.
Yep. That's
All
what I'll do.
right. Talon.
All right, I will shoot at the southernmost guy.
All right.
Nice roll.
Nice hit. Nice. You got good rolls coming tonight. That's good. Nice. Snowflake.
So if I move to there, they can't see me from the other side.
It doesn't appear to be. You'd be next to the building, but they can't quite see around the corner.
All right, I'll move to there.
Okay.
And try and hit the guy in front of me now.
Yeah, sounds good. Nice. There you go. He's dead. Spaz.
Move up. I will cast up Firebolt.
Okay. Ooh. Eric.
I'm going to move up to... to there.
Yep.
Then I'll take a couple of shots at that guy.
Okay. Misses.
The good thing about that is he's still incapacitated.
I know, right? That's true. Aelith.
I'm sorry. Shoot at that one right there.
Yep. Nice.
Is that difficult terrain right there?
Yes, it is. Unless you want to run through, but then you have a chance taking damage. So.
Nope.
I figured.
I think I can get there for 35 feet.
As you run to that position, you see that several of the soldiers have thrown over ropes now, and they're throwing over the ropes, and they're like, come on, hurry, hurry! Kind of yelling out to you. Ren.
Move to there. That's normal terrain, and then the next 10 will be difficult, right?
Yep. You just add 20 to your movement. Will be. That would be 60.
And I'll chuck a javelin.
All right. That's a hit. Nice.
Alright, I will step.
One's not incapacitated anymore, is he?
No, he's not.
Nope.
That's a hit. And he's dead.
And that's my turn.
All right.
That worked really well, guys. Should we take out the next group?
Let's get them all.
I'm going to take that to mean that we're going on to the next group.
What would you like to do there, Snowflake?
I want to peek. I want to take a 5-foot step forward.
Okay.
And I want to cast. Double check my range.
It's an area effect. You just have to be 120 from where you're putting it, though, right? If that's how far you can shoot.
Yeah, 120.
So the
fourth one is 125.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a range of 120 on it, so.
All right.
And I'm casting silence.
Oh, nice.
And we all thought it was going to be a fireball. I mean, avalanche.
An avalanche, right? All right.
And then, yeah, I think I'm good where I'm at right there.
Okay.
And I tell the group, they're silenced over there, so they won't hear anything coming.
Pass.
Move there.
Okay.
And I will take I don't know if they can see me or not. I'll lay down on the ground and go, well, I don't know if I'll lay down on the ground. I'll squat down behind a bush.
Okay.
To hide.
All right. Sounds good. So, Spaz looks around for a bush to hide behind in the middle of the road.
I'm a bush.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Couldn't you find an old bush? They're usually bigger.
You even got a snort out of that. That was awesome. All right. So as he sees you guys running, you hear the soldier yells, "No, this way, quick, come on up. Hurry before they come." Merrick is up.
Just gonna run as far as I can.
Yep. There's no difficult terrain up here, so you can go as far as you want, or as far as your distance will allow.
I'll just run to there.
Oh, okay.
I want to stop anybody from getting that spaz and snowflake.
Gotcha.
And I don't want to be the first one to climb up a rope.
Flashbacks of a chain.
Where are the ropes dropped down?
There's like 4 to 6 of them that are all strung out right along there.
All right.
It's like I've disappeared. I can't grab my character anymore.
No?
Yeah, my guy disappeared too. That's what I was saying.
He's all grayed out.
Weird. Here, I'll re-drag you on the... There, try now.
There.
All right. So Merrick kind of runs over there. Aelith.
Well, I'm heading towards the rope because that was the last plan that we talked about.
Sounds good. So you kind of run over here. Even though this looks like difficult terrain, it's probably not, actually. You can get there without any difficulty.
Okay, I'll get there,
It's like a rock hop.
and then I'll start climbing up.
Okay. So I think you still had dash action left, right, or something?
Yeah, I have, if I dash during my action, that's 70 feet, and then I've got a bonus action that I can dash.
All right, sounds good. So you're able to climb up, okay, up to the top. As you get up there, you see there's a female soldier that's standing next to you, and she says, "Oh, thank God you made it. My name's Zonorous. Nice to meet you." She puts out her hand.
No time for that? Who's
True.
in charge?
The keep master is dead. There's not many of us here. We're trying to protect the edges. We've barricaded the bottom door. They got in for a bit, but we pushed them back. Please tell me there's more than just a couple of you. I saw the man on the horse and you.
Look, we're the Magnificent Seven. Things will be okay.
Did you say 7? There's only 7 of you?
We've sent for the garrison.
Good God. Okay, we can do this. We'll just have to hold out.
Exactly.
Technically only 6, but
Whatever.
I was wondering if she was going to say that.
All right, ran on your horse there.
Is the donkey still hanging on to
Oh,
you
yeah.
all the time?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna run up there. Does it look like my javelin's still in one piece that I hit that guy with?
Why don't you roll a percentile die? 15 above it is. Nope.
I wanted to do like a cool lean over and grab it, but
That would have been
can't.
awesome. You could you pick up the sticks.
No, it's alright.
I pictured when Hala said that the monkey gave 2 thumbs up.
Doesn't he have 4 arms?
Oh, he does. You're right. He has 4, so he give 4 thumbs up. I forgot about that.
Move to there.
Alrighty.
You're still on your horse, eh?
Oh yeah, charging into battle. Well, the good news is that the soldiers are doing such a good job laying down covering fire. The lizard folk there, even the midget one, doesn't seem to see you. All right, Talon. Ooh, making a move, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna dash.
Gotcha. Dashing. Snowflake.
I'm gonna yell at Snowflake to go for the ropes.
Okay.
Go for the throats.
In the heat of battle, that's probably what you heard.
I'm not gonna say anymore.
I will dash to right there. Because when I put the silence up, I lost my expeditious retreat.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. It's not considered difficult terrain through there, just so you know.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's just like rock hopping.
I'll move another 15.
All right, gotcha.
Spaz runs to there.
All right, Spaz. There's a corpse in front of you, dead lizard guy. Another 10 feet or so.
And not knowing any better, because I saw Snowflake, we
Yep.
were charging and everybody's charging.
Yep.
I continued to do that, but Snowflake drove such a perfect circle there that they'll never hear my fireball coming.
Yep, that's right. Right. Nice. So there's a large flash of light as a big fireball explodes, but no sound. Super quiet.
That's a super quiet fireball.
Yeah.
And I guess I can do this.
Yeah, I need a D4.
Maybe up power. No.
All right.
Oh, I guess I don't know. All right. And then I will bonus action spend my sorcery points
Okay.
to gain a third level slot
Yeah,
back.
don't blame you. Nice. All right. All right. Zonorous says, damn it. And she kind of runs down the side. She's like, what the hell was that? They must be attacking the walls. And she runs over to there. Merrick.
I'm gonna move my 30 feet. There, and then I'll shoot at the closest one.
Okay, sounds good. Ooh.
Nice job, Steve. Or Merrick. I'm not liking that color anymore.
Yeah, I like that. That was pretty color, but yeah, that's a bad roll. All right. These guys kind of continue to sort of look for anybody that's coming out or peeking out. I'm not sure if you'd know which way to go, to be honest with you. So he kind of clambers up the hill there, and as he comes up, he immediately recognizes several people out in the battlefield. He'll move to there. The soldier behind you, Haleth, kind of moves to the back and he yells to the others. He's like, the other ones haven't moved yet. And let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them. They all would have readied actions, so this. Ooh, this. Another blinded one.
Is that the same guy?
I think it is actually. I'm just using one guy to shoot all the arrows, so or the crossbow bolts. Whoops. Ignore that. All right.
They should seriously think about taking that crossbow away from him.
All right, Haleth, running ahead.
I'm moving up.
Alrighty. So you're able to see the one that's out in the field. The other ones are all hidden behind cover.
Okay, I'll shoot at that one.
All right.
Is he expecting me?
Nope.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Alrighty, sounds good. So the rest of these guys are all going to kind of move out of this area here, since it's a fire death trap, literally. They're going to follow their buddy. Hey, Ren.
Yeah.
So, one of your colleagues had brought up a very important thing, which is true, and I didn't think about. Javelins are weapons, not ammunition, so they don't break. So you actually would be able to do that. So you are able to pull that javelin out of that creature, and you do have it in your hand. I'm sorry that you missed an attack with it earlier, but you can take it now.
Oh, I wasn't gonna be able to attack with it anyway, so
All right,
that's
no
cool.
problem. Yeah.
But you look so
I
cool
didn't
pulling it
know
out
that.
of the ground.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't either, actually, so I didn't think about it, to be honest with you. Makes sense, though. It's a weapon, not ammunition.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, whoever it was. I'll snag it up if I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought you had some kind of feeding issues going on with these lizard folk, being that they were all different sizes. Some
Yeah, I
of them were
did.
getting fed better than the other ones.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Since
with
I
the
got my
runs.
javelin in my hand, I'm gonna use my javelin for 2 hits here.
All right. Nice. Oh, that's a miss with the first one. There you go. That's a nice hit. Oh, that first one's dead.
And I'll swing back around.
Ooh, fancy. All right. This will fall under Talon.
Alright, I will move forward and take a couple shots.
All right.
I'll move my hunter's mark. Dang it. Ugh.
Oh. Snowflake.
I'm going to how much is it for me to get up on the wall now?
It's only a 10-foot climbing up the rope, so 10 feet,
Hell, I can almost get up there without the rope.
pretty much.
Wait, the wall's only 10 feet high?
Yep.
Are these midget lizard folk or what?
Maybe.
Can I move that last 15 feet?
Yeah. Well, it's like a balcony over. It's 10 feet above, but yeah, they could have jumped up and grabbed onto the ledge.
And then I'm going to try and hit the big guy with a frostbite.
Alrighty, sounds good. Nice. So you're able to hit him?
I let out Spaz's war cry, which is his name, going Spaz. Yes! And fireball.
Nice.
Not silenced this time.
Nope, not silence this time. Smells like chicken. Have a
No.
D4.
Oh, yes.
Didn't think I'd
Uh-oh,
forget,
here
did
we
you?
I
go.
knew it.
It was the spaz, dude. It was yawning.
It
Alright.
goes off where he is instead of where he wanted it to.
Whatever it is, make it hit Talon.
I will kill your face.
He will knock his eyes straight.
No problem. All right, so that was the end of Spaz's turn. With that loud boom of a fireball as you hear it go off, you see the guards all at the top go, ooh. Merrick. Oh, actually, one of these soldiers. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. She moves to there. And she takes a shot with her crossbow and hits. Merrick. There's one left.
So we saw nothing bad happen from Spaz's spell.
Nope. Nothing that you noticed. Nothing to see here. Nice. Nice job.
I'm going to say, let's get to the ropes and get up in the castle now, because I don't think we can take on the next groups all together.
Alrighty. Kind of yells that out.
You already yelled at me to do that.
You were the only one who listened.
Alright. Alright, so Merrick goes ahead and runs up there. Haleth?
Alright, if I don't see any more,
Yeah, you don't see any on the south or on the west.
okay, yeah, I'll move along the
Yeah.
balcony.
So as you kind of run around, you do see that there's obviously several guards that are up here, and one of them appears to be sort of an older gentleman who's kind of looking at you, and he's like, "Where the hell did you come from?"
Reinforcements.
I see that. Well, there's plenty on this side, and there's plenty to the north as well. As you peek over the edge, you can see various heads of lizard folk kind of poking over the edge of this cliff, kind of peeking up and look around, kind of peering over towards you.
Okay. Are there any of them that I could shoot at?
Yeah, if you want to, you could take attack at disadvantage, and you can pick any of them that you want, including the captain and the unarmored one.
Is that the unarmored one?
It's the one all the way down at the bottom. Or, well, it's not on the bottom for you. It says lizard folk unarmored. It would be...
That one.
You found it? Yep, that's the one. It's the two special ones have their arms turned their other way. They're opposite pictures.
Yeah, I'll shoot at it. Disadvantage?
Yep, disadvantage. So that's a hit.
Wow. I don't get sneak attack because it was at disadvantage.
Correct. Nice. Let's see. Ren, what would you like to do, buddy?
Alright, I'll swing over here and ask Merrick if he can, when he gets in there, if he can open the gate for me.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try.
So, Haleth, you see that several of them kind of scurry up the rocks a little bit, and they kind of peer to the west, and they see obviously the bodies of their others and the other people that are there, and then you sort of see them scurry back down, and then all of a sudden there's a very unnatural, what looks like a big cloud fog bank that fills up the entire area there. Let me see what the distance is up. It's 20 foot. That immediately covers this group that's here, and slowly as you notice, the cloud bank moves over here, and now there's a cloud bank there.
And both spots, or just that one?
Just the one. And now you don't see any lizard folk on the other side.
Oh, they're at a perfect location.
Tell me
Yeah.
you got another one, Spaz.
They even got it marked out for fireball. You don't even have to draw a circle.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll shout out that they're regrouping on the east side.
All right. Yep. Talon.
All right, I'll dash.
Sounds good.
I'll move to there.
Alrighty.
Can I see that area down there enough to cast?
You'd have to be on the edge, I think,
Okay.
because they are below you.
In that case, I'll come running up behind these guys. I'll dash.
Don't freak out. He's part of the reinforcements.
Everybody's kind of like looking at him as he's running by, all sort of like trembling as he goes by.
Well,
Not
I'll
quite sure
move
what
up,
to think. Alrighty.
move up to there, and for my action, I will use my Pearl of Power and regain a 3rd level slot.
Nice. Merrick.
So is it all kind of rough terrain from there
No,
to the
it's
bottom
not.
of the cliff?
Nope, you're okay.
No.
This is not rough terrain. You can move normal speed through this stuff.
So I should be able to get to there then?
Yep, you sure can. They kind of climbed up, and you see there's a guy reaching out and gives his hand and offers it to you. And as you climb up there, or actually she looks down and she says, "Good to see you, sir. Kalur, nice to meet you."
Good to meet you. I'm glad you're still man in the walls. How are we doing?
It's rough, sir, but we're glad you're here. Taking out at least a third of the force. Aelith.
All right, I can't see any of them down there, so I'm just going to make my way around the battlements.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll stop there, and then if I still don't see anything, I'll go ahead and move to the back.
Okay.
Where is the way in off the balcony to the down into the courtyard? I would
That is
guess.
a great question. Let me look at the second floor map and see exactly what that is. It looks like the door is on the south side. It would be right. I don't know if I can draw it. Right there, where the red arrow is pointing.
Okay.
You want to run the other way?
I gotta wait till
You're
my
not up there
turn.
yet. Yep, sorry. So Haleth kind of runs around. Ren, you kind of storm around the edges there.
I'm gonna kind of peek.
Yep.
I'm trying not to like use cover, you know.
Yeah. So you kind of get to the edge of the building and sort of peek around the corner. You see this very large, unnatural fog bank that's kind of sitting in a 20-foot kind of circle there. As you see that, you immediately hear yelling from the bank itself, and then you hear a loud horn that goes off.
Oh, okay.
And as that occurs,
I will yell out to the group, they're retreating, they're retreating. Victory is ours.
all right. And then you see them kind of, the cloud bank moves to the edge, and as it does, it kind of giving cover, and you can hear the sound of what sounds like people like grunting and whatnot, as it sounds like they've thrown themselves over the cliff, kind of jumping and whatnot. As that happens, Haleth, you see there are several also running from the north from cover. You're more than welcome to take a couple pot shots if you'd like to, but they're at a full-out sprint. There's about 12 that were on the north side.
Nope, I'm not going to.
Gotcha. So they continue to kind of run out as they go. The group that you see, that cloud bank, is now kind of running along the ground. Talon.
Do I know what's happening?
You just heard the yell. You see, kind of the people up on the top of the parapets, but you don't hear any more like spells being cast, fireballs, stuff like
Could
that.
I hear Snowflake yell that they're retreating?
Yeah, probably would. You would yell
Okay.
it pretty loud, I would think. Sorry.
All right, I'll just kind of head down to the corner here and hold the shot, hold
Gotcha.
action.
Gotcha. Snowflake.
I'm going to go up this way just to make sure that I help cover with Haleth in case they're trying something.
Alrighty. And you see the same thing where there's a group that are running kind of towards the northeast, towards the marsh that is off to the northeast, as well as that large cloud bank that's running in the other direction.
Okay.
Merrick.
I'm going to move my 60 feet to there, but as I go by these soldiers, I'm
Yeah.
going to say,
Did you skip spouse?
I
Did I
need
skip
help.
spaz? I'm sorry, I'll come back.
I'm going to tell these soldiers I need some help clearing the gate so we can let our the guy on the horse in.
Okay, sounds good. And they also kind of yell down and whatnot. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Spaz. Sorry, buddy.
Move up there. I introduce myself. I am Spaz, the greatest wizard. I was the one that was casting fireballs.
And you see that older gentleman's there, and he says, I'm Wordadrid. Nice to meet you. Nice spell casting, by the way.
Well, I'm Spaz the Great.
And
Hey.
this is Ordadrid next to me. That would be my wife.
And I bowed to her and I go, I sing a song. I'm really famous for it. It's called Tiny Little Teapot.
Nice to meet you. All right, and then Haleth, assuming continuing to watch.
Yeah, I'll just make my way back up to the front.
All right, sounds good. And then, is the rest of the group, are you allowing them to flee?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, so they continue to kind of retreat from the area where you're at, and you see kind of all the soldiers that are up there. A couple of them run down and open up the door below, and they kind of cheer, and you hear kind of like hoorays and kind of tapping you guys on the shoulders and whatnot. And Haleth, you see Zonorus, who appears to be maybe leading the group now at this point, or has been appointed, leader of this top thing. She's like, calm down. It's like, we got problems. We won the battle. She looks around. She says, Magnificent Seven, nice to meet you all.
I'm gonna go back and collect up some of my arrows.
Yep, sounds good.
So I'm down opening the gate for
Yeah, you sure
Ram.
are. Yep. And as you go down into the bottom part of the keep itself, it's a pretty small keep. As you can see, it's not very wide on the top. And you see there's a large sort of barricade that's down at the bottom. And on that barricade, you see there is quite a bit of blood that's on the floor, and you do actually even see a dead lizard folk that's laying inside of the actual inside of the keep. And You see that Ren is kind of standing outside the door when you open up the door.
And then I'm going to go try and collect some arrows too.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So you kind of go out the door and can kind of do that, collect up some arrows and whatnot. I love it. Oh, did I just unlock them all? There we go.
Wait, now I'm lost. I don't know where I was.
After all of that planning.
I know, right? Exactly.
I'm going to get Big Mac.
All right.
I'm naming his pack mule Fries.
Oh, nice. Nice. You guys kind of go around, collect the arrows and whatnot. And then Zonorus kind of grabs, I guess, Haleth, actually, because Haleth is the first one up there. And she grabs you, Haleth, by the arm, and she says, we lost some good people.
How long have they been sieging this place?
They attacked at night. They've never attacked us before. Doesn't make any sense. We haven't talked to them in a couple weeks. We had several negotiations that failed. We never expected the Twisted Branch clan to come up here, but it's definitely them. There's no doubt about it. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, what happened with the negotiations? I mean, did anything go poorly?
No, not that we know of. I mean, we had tried to communicate with them, tried to tell them that, we were hoping to bring some trade with them, and they were very standoffish, but they never were openly hostile. Not like this. They attacked in the middle of the night. They got through the gate. We were caught off guard. None of us were in armor, and they killed a lot of us. They took a few captive, though, and dragged them off. It's been about 12 hours now or so. They killed our commander. Tried to hold the door.
So, none of them survived? I mean, there's none that we can interrogate or question?
No, as soon as they came in, we killed them right away. We only have 8 guards left. We didn't think we could make it. We started with 34.
Ren, where are you? I'm not the one that needs to be talking to this person. You speak her language.
Yeah. How many did they take?
They have 3 or 4, I think. They took our mage wizard too. Caught her asleep.
Was Commander Trask just out here for the negotiation? Because I remember hearing he was out here.
Oh God, he was out here maybe 6 weeks ago. It was a long time ago that he was out here.
What was his business out here?
He was on his way to some other small little junk town, I guess, from what he said. He was supposed to, kind of protect the town or something like that. And he swung by on his way from Greyhawk. He knew Commander Graham pretty well, unfortunately. And, I mean, it took a couple of our guardsmen as well as our battle mage, and they headed into the swamp. You think they're coming back? They're probably going to come back, aren't they?
How big's this tribe?
Big. Several hundred. You guys did a nice job out there, though. Took out quite a few. I was impressed.
Do you know where their lair is, or where their town habitat?
It's through the swamp. Probably could follow the path, I assume. I don't know. I mean, wow, Snowflake's huge. It probably could follow the path and find them somewhere along the way. I think it's off to the east, maybe the southeast, somewhere around in there. I traveled a long time ago through the swamp with our old battle mage and went out there, but I don't remember how to get there now. Talon, as you kind of examine the tracks there, you recognize that at least in the section where you're at there's kind of footprints going back and forth. It looks like they patrolled this ledge here quite often, trying to find best vantage points and whatnot. However, the group that jumped off and ran as a large group, you could count about anywhere between 14 to 16 of them, and they left a pretty wide path, very easily to see which direction they were going into the swamp. It's pretty easy to follow.
All right.
Well, we sent a Lustin back. He's a mage. He teleported back, so hopefully Commander Trask will bring reinforcements tomorrow.
I hope so. He seemed like a good man. I assume he probably will. I'm a little worried about my friends, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk with the group, but I think we'll have to stay here for the night to keep you guys safe. If we leave, you may get wiped out in the middle of the night.
Maybe, but do you think that they're gonna leave our friends okay?
They got a pretty good head start on us, and we'd be going through that swamp in the middle of the night. Depends on how far away are they, do you think, time-wise?
12 hours, maybe? It took everybody off the map, by the way.
What time is it now? Is it morning?
Oh, yeah, it's morning. Yeah, you guys were only like an hour away from the tower when you left.
I guess we'll huddle up the Magnificent Seven.
Alrighty, sounds good. You see they're kind of caring for some of the wounded and whatnot. Here, this map is a little bit smaller than the other map, but it's the second floor.
Snowflake and I brought all the horses back.
Alrighty, sounds good. So the horses are there. I assume you brought them into the basement part or into the lower part.
Into the courtyard.
Yeah. It's the first floor as well, just so you guys know what the floors look like.
So they seem to have lost 3 or 4 guys. One's their battle mage. They lost him about 12 hours ago.
Well, don't worry about it. They got beat.
Oh, you want to be their battle mage?
Oh yeah. So you're staying here, Spaz?
No, I'm not staying here. I think Snowflake will. I'll volunteer him.
They don't have a basement though. I asked.
Guard
I
says,
stand, no basement.
actually, we do have a basement.
All right, I'm staying.
That's where we cook our meals, and that's where we sleep. Isn't that where everybody
Not
usually
anymore.
cooks and sleeps?
Not anymore. That's where I'm sleeping.
It's okay.
I scratch underneath with my loincloth in the back.
Okay. It's a big. Oh, yep.
Do we want to go after these guys and try and get back there?
If they've got 100.
We killed like 30 some of them on our own.
We got the Great Spaz.
Oh, we killed like 12 of them.
12, yeah, that's what we killed.
Well, that's close to 30.
If you round up.
But if we wait here, the garrison should be here tomorrow, right?
Sometime late tomorrow, yeah.
Or yeah. So we could help defend this place for the night and then go tomorrow? Or did you guys want to go tonight?
Well, it's still early morning.
It is. Yep. It's still early morning. About.
I mean, we could head out there and kind of see if we can find anything.
I mean,
So-
there's like 20 of them that just left the area. I'm pretty sure we can follow the tracks pretty well.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
left quite a wide swath. They'll be very easy to to track through into the swamp.
If we only had a ranger.
Yeah, if only.
We probably could follow him then.
I'm for following them.
I'm doing whatever the group wants to do.
I'll follow them.
Sounds like we're following then.
Alrighty.
Your lead, Talon.
Alright, so I'll head out and show everybody the trail, which is obviously real easy to find,
Yep,
and then
it is.
go from there.
All right, gotcha. So you guys kind of get out and sort of start to move across the land there, and as you do, you notice that the mist marshes haven't really been in there before, but it's now sort of a wet ground, has some grassland as well as sort of shallow streams that kind of go through the area, and you do recognize that. Talon, just so you know, it's sort of a bowl-shaped depression kind of in the middle of the hills area here, and the size is about 50 miles in diameter for the actual mist marsh itself. Or 60, I should say. And there's not really a clear border, it just sort of like blends in from grassland into sort of a marsh type of thing. Walking, you do see that it's pretty easy to recognize the trail as you continue to go in, but as you travel about maybe 2 miles or so in, you notice that the lizard folk trails start to sort of dissipate. Not to the point where you can't track them, but they're not a large group anymore, and you notice that they're pretty adept at, in the swamp, kind of finding their own path and making it a little bit harder for you to kind of track. You can still kind of see their tracks here at this point.
Alright.
And as you kind of trudge through the swamp, you do see that there's various areas where the water is very shallow, and there's pieces of land that you're able to walk up on, and then other times, like Snowflake, for instance, steps down and his foot sinks into about a foot of mud, and he kind of pulls it out, and he's all covered in sort of this black kind of mud, and the bugs are kind of nipping at the back of his neck and whatnot, and it's really hot in here, Snowflake.
That's disgusting. I bet it feels cool where the mud is, though.
It does, yeah. The mud feels good.
Don't follow the lights.
Until it starts to crust on your leg, and then it's kind of crunchy and isn't very comfortable. So Talon, why don't you, and I think Haleth was giving you survival assistance there, why don't you go ahead and give me a survival roll to see if you can keep up with the tracks that are ongoing. Nice. Yeah, perfect. So you're able to follow the tracks pretty easily. This is kind of a difficult terrain. Were you guys bringing your horses, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No.
So leaving the horses there. Okay, perfect. So you kind of leave the horses there, and you kind of continue to sort of move through the terrain, kind of moving through. You do feel like you have a good feel of where their trail is. And with your survivor rolls, which were very good, by the way, so you do recognize up front what looked like the trails kind of led into a large pool. You notice on that pool on the edges there's some crocodiles that are just sort of floating along the sides. You recognize these as creatures with teeth. You don't maybe know specifically what they do or how they work, but they're definitely things that you'd want to avoid as they're pretty large, and there is about 8 of them that are along the edge there. And then as you're walking, you see in front of you what looks like a lizard folk, and he's sort of standing there almost as if with his javelin in his hand, and he's sort of arms pulled back, almost cocked at, ready to throw it at you.
Do we recognize this from our
he's
dream?
looking at-
It does look familiar as your dream. Matter of fact, now that you've left, a lot of those names that we talked about, the people who introduced themselves, they also are names that you recognize from your dream.
I thought I recognized Zoranus
Yep.
or Zonarath or Zonaras.
Yep. That's exactly right. Sorry, so that lizard folk is standing there. He's got his javelin in his hand. He's got it cocked, ready to throw at you.
Alright, well, if he's got his weapon cocked, I immediately bring up my bow and take a shot.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack in the tower, or in the chat roll there for me, just in the chat box. Nice. So you shoot that across, and the arrow immediately hits him. And as it does, you notice that his elbow hits him in the elbow where his arm is. You see some stone falls off, and then the arm falls down to the ground, and it breaks into a bunch of rocks.
You're shooting at a statue.
No. My arrow turned him to stone. Did you guys see that?
That's impressive.
That's perfect. I love it. And as you look through the field, you see there's several other sort of lizard folk that are stuck in certain positions. One's running with its head turned behind it, and he's kind of stuck in a position. And then you see another one probably about 30 feet away, where he's kind of cowering as if he's going to be hit by something, and he's sort of stuck in stone.
Would we have any idea of anything that turns people or creatures into stone?
You can give me either a nature
my
or...
arrows, duh.
Was that hail
Just said
of stones?
That was an amazing shot. You got all of those with one shot.
Nature or survival? I didn't
Very
hear.
weak point.
Nature or Arcana, one or the other would be fine.
It's this new poison I'm working on. Here, Spaz, taste this. Tell me if it tastes okay.
No, you're still on my list for throwing tomatoes at me.
You didn't know that was me. I was disguised.
You didn't
Now
know
he
it was me
does.
either. I was disguised.
I was just throwing them at the bar, and I could give a crap who it was.
All right. Are there any trees in this area? Like
There is.
Are
Matter
you
of
and
fact,
Spaz having a spat there, Talon?
a lover squirrel. Leave him alone. Don't get involved.
It
gets messy.
I will go into the voice and explain about lizard folk and how they get turned to stone and stuff.
okay, all right. Haleth,
Oh no.
There's a bunch of mangroves. If you want, they're called mangaroos, but they're like mangrove trees, so they have lots of roots that go in. But there's various trees, and they do cover areas around. So
Are you looking for cover or height?
A little bit of both.
Alright, so I whip out a little tiny piece of string and I throw it straight up in the air, and all of a sudden this rope appears and it shoots up about 60 feet straight up, and I start climbing up the rope, and when I reach the very, very top of the rope, which seems to be just suspended in nothingness, I all of a sudden disappear. It's almost like I went through a door.
nice.
And I peek down through the door, the entrance, and go, if you guys want to look out, come on up here.
So while Snowflake is telling us about the lizard folk,
He is,
I
too.
will speak up and say that I've heard of some bird-like things in the marsh areas that can sometimes turn creatures into stone. I don't know. I don't think I've seen any tracks or evidence of that, but yeah, this isn't normal.
So Talon's up in his up on top of his rope in an area that nobody can see. Snowflake is lecturing. Aelith is talking about stone creatures, bird-like creatures. How about the rest of you guys?
I'm going to climb up there with Talon.
I don't blame you. I would too. So
I cut the rope. While he's-
Spaz quickly clambers up the rope.
Are we a mile from the fort?
Yeah, you're a couple miles now at this point.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll go up the rope too.
Okay, gotcha. What were you hoping for, Ren?
I was going to talk to my horse, but we're too far away.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Did you want to talk to it before you were away?
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right, just checking. All right, so Ren, Spaz, and Talon are now having a party up in the rope trick. How about you, Merrick?
I'm just going to wait at the bottom
All right, gotcha.
until we get direction on where we're headed.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan around from up there and see if I can see anything.
So
I'm gonna try to find a good hiding spot.
Okay, alrighty. And then Snowflake is still lecturing about lizard folk turning into stone underneath the sun.
And Merrick's the only
Yep.
one in eye shot that can hear him.
Yeah. Merrick, you now have Snowflake's undivided attention, I think.
All right.
So Haleth, you do find some trees that you can kind of tuck behind and sort of sit there. They're not the best cover, but you think that is probably good. Talon, as you get up to the top of that 60 feet, you notice that the trees here are fairly short. I mean, 20, 30 feet at the most in height. But as you look over, you just see a mass of trees in all directions. You can see the tower off into the distance, but otherwise it just looks like trees, and there's undulating hills, so the trees kind of come up and they go down, but you can't see any discernible sort of landmarks above the trees other than trees.
Like foresty trees or like swamp trees?
Like swamp trees, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like mangroves type of thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And Spaz, you see the same as you look out. You even recognize that there's even more trees.
And I point all the trees out to
Do you?
to Talon with both fingers because I'm looking in two different directions.
Nice. I like it. So he's pointing in two different directions. That's perfect. Elith, as you immediately kind of survey the area, just with your passive perception, you don't see anything that appears to be what you've read about or heard about before.
Do we hear or see any other like creatures that would normally be seen in a swamp? You know, like toads and anything like that.
There's a couple here and there. That being said, though, there doesn't really appear to be as many as you would expect. You don't see like mice, and there's some insects that are flying around, but other than the crocodiles that were kind of off to the right of you in the large pool, you don't see anything else that appears to be that you would normally see as you were kind of going through the area here. And Snowflake continues to lecture.
And I'm still listening.
You are.
I'll come back down and just kind of try to pick up more of the path or the trail.
Okay. You see that it kind of winds through where these stone statues of the lizard folk are. You see there's about 4 of them here that are in statue form. One that has a broken arm now. And you see the path continues off towards kind of the south direction.
I'll go up and check one of them.
Okay. So you kind of walk up, and they have sort of a lifelike appearance to them. However, you notice where it was hit by the arrow, the one that's broken, underneath the skin itself, it's all stone in there.
But these definitely look like the ones that we were tracking.
Yes, they do. Yep. Some of them are even singed from maybe an attack from earlier in the night or something like that, maybe from like a firebolt or something.
What are you thinking, Halos?
I don't know. This is just too bizarre for me. Something like wiped them out and turned them into stone. I just don't like that there's nothing around that we can see that would have done this.
That's it, man. I run out of things to type in.
Pretty good.
My 10 minutes are up.
I was impressed.
I go over and pat Snowflake on the shoulder and say, thanks for that. Maybe we should follow Talon again.
Thanks for what?
For your lecture, all that information you passed out.
Even though that last sentence doesn't make any sense at all.
I just look at you like I have no idea what you're talking about.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Although able to cast magic, a few members can achieve a small amount of control over magic. Shouldn't that be, although unable to cast magic? Anywho, yeah, so I'll go ahead and kind of start tracking, following the trail as well as I can.
Okay.
With an arrow notched and ready to go.
Okay.
Haleth, you said something about birds that turn these things to stone. Is that what you said?
Yes, but I didn't see any evidence of that. Doesn't mean it's not here. I just didn't see any evidence of it.
What does this bird look like, or do you know?
It's big. It has wings.
That's awesome.
Is any special coloration?
It's yellow.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it.
It's big and it has wings. Okay. Well, I'll keep my eye open for anything big with wings.
It's awesome.
And yellow.
Too funny. Yellow big bird with wings that can't fly. Nice. All right. So you guys kind of continue through. You pass these 4 stone statues of lizard folk as you continue to walk. Talon continues to kind of guide you through the swamp, following these tracks that most of you aren't able to really recognize at this point, as it's all kind of swamp. You're pretty much covered in mud up to about your knees at this point, except for Snowflake, which is mid lower leg. And obviously the flies are biting and gnats are buzzing at you. Getting pretty hot and sweltered here, so it's taking some time to kind of move through the swamp itself. On occasion, you do hear the sound of what sounds like almost like a sick dying bird that kind of caws out in the distance. That it kind of comes, and it's almost as if you get that feeling like you're being almost tracked, because it seems like every once in a while it's at a distance, and then you travel maybe a half a mile, and then you can hear it a little bit behind you or a little bit in forward of you. That same sort of sound that's there.
Does it sound like the bird that I am familiar with?
It could be, yeah. You've read
The
about
one
him.
that's big with wings?
Yes.
Yes, that one. You've read about him. You haven't personally ever seen one, but that being said, you've at least heard of him.
You know the bird's song, but you don't know what color it is.
No, it turns people to stone. Why would I look at it? No, it's kind of like it looks like a bat and a bird kind of mashed up with a little bit of lizard thrown in.
Ooh,
That's all I know.
okay.
So for
That's
go ahead.
better.
The next 4 hours, you guys continue to kind of mash through the swamp. And it becomes about, we'll say about 8 hours actually, is how far you guys have gone at this point. Continuing to follow the trail. Are we planning on continuing to push throughout the night?
I don't know, Talon. Can you find us a place to crash?
Do we have any idea if we're any closer to the creatures, or it seems like it's still quite a ways off?
So if you feel like you're kind of following the trail there, you see that the trail is still spread out. You're not sure how far you're going to have to follow them. However, that being said, you have found in about the last 45 minutes or so, you did find blood stains that do not appear to be similar to. They look like human blood, if you want to think of that, or humanoid blood, not lizard folk blood, that was on the ground, sort of in a padded area, as if somebody had stopped there for a short period of time.
Is it a dry spot?
Fairly dry, probably about 12 to 14 hours old.
Alright, so I lead the group up onto this drier area and say, well, we can stay here or we can continue on. It looks like there's some blood stains here from some sort of creature.
You see, as you look to Snowflake, his hair is all matted down. There's sweat like literally pouring out. As he lifts up his arm, you see water dripping from his fingertips because there's so much sweat.
He suffers from hydrosis.
And halitosis.
Maybe lay in the mud, Snowflake, and then get out, and it'll cool you off.
Hey, that's a good idea. I'll lay down in the mud.
So he kind of lays down into the mud and rolls back and forth, and now it's really hard to see him.
And stand up.
Nice. Now he's brown flake. Half invisibly. Yeah, there you go.
Alright, so I
I'm
guess
fine with whatever you want to do, Tell.
Well, we can't walk through tonight. I mean, we'll get exhausted. And I don't know how much farther we have to go. But it seems like we might be kind of close.
We don't see any fires or lights or anything like that in the distance.
No. Matter of fact, I thank you for bringing that up because I wasn't thinking. As the evening sort of set in, it now is become misty again. You noticed initially that the ground, there was a little bit of mist covering the ground, and now it's extended up to about chest height. And you see the mist is slowly sort of rolling in as the evening gets later and later. Now it's that kind of like that 100% humidity, sticky, warm, nasty feeling.
Florida in August.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
If you want to camp, let's camp. It's a good place right here, right where I'm at.
Yeah, we got a fairly dry spot right here.
All right, sounds good. Watch will be the same, I assume.
Yeah, I'll take first watch.
We have it set up for 2, 2, and 2, don't we?
Yep.
I'm good by myself.
All right. Sleeping in your armor or not sleeping in your armor?
I'm gonna slide mine off,
Alrighty. Sounds good.
but keep it to hand.
Sure. Yep, right next to
Slide into something a little bit more comfortable.
you. All right.
Whips out his little silky nightie.
I'll
That's
cast Maze
right.
Armor on myself before we go to bed.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, I forget. What is it? Exhaustion or something? Have you sleep in your armor? Can't remember.
I believe it's exhaustion, one level of exhaustion. I'd have to look it up again, but I believe that's what it is.
I'll take my armor off. Keep
Okay.
it next to me.
Yeah, same.
Alrighty. So,
I'm gonna lay down so that my head is on the hill and the rest of me is in the mud.